Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, already wrong on the first thing. Decided kind of at the last minute to use our time for our last committee meeting, which we didn't need, to have more of a public forum, which we frequently did prior to session beginning, informational, educational, talk about where we are actually, given how dynamic the moment is, and especially in the energy sector with the things that are going on globally, and filter it down to all the things that are going on with regard to the energy grid, the electric grid in this country and all over the world. I think it was a good time, now that we've passed a lot of bills that try to address very specific things, to sit down and talk about where we've been, where we are, what does the short and long-term future look like, and even though we have specific bills looking to address specific things, maybe give sort of a more global picture on what energy is all about and how energy policy, how we've come to the policies that we have and where the future will take us. So it's sort of pulled together fairly quickly, but it's a lot of conversation in the last couple of days about this, and I think that bringing in some of the state's experts, including DEEP, PURA, OCC, Green Bank, the utilities, ISO New England, to get sort of an overview picture of what we're looking at and what we can expect in the future, what problems, what successes have we had in dealing with some of the things like cost, grid reliability, et cetera. So I'm not going to take a lot of time to talk at this point. You know, I'm all capable of taking a lot of time to talk at another point. I reserve that right. I was saying to Representative Steinberg that if I had to rewrite the book on my life, I might want to be a philosopher, right? I would like that, pontificating. Anyway, with that, I'm going to give my good co-chair, who's been a fabulous partner for the last several years, opportunity to share.
Thank you. And for those of you who are interested, this is the Energy and Technology Committee, and I am Representative Jonathan Steinberg, co-chair, and who you've been hearing from all this time is my esteemed co-chair, Senator Needleman. I'm really glad that we've had the moment in time in which we can actually look back and look forward at the same time. I don't know about my colleagues, but periodically I wince when I realize that we pass bills all the time and then we don't really look at their impacts in an orderly fashion. And the bigger the bill, the more impactful the bill, the more important it is for us to periodically review how are we doing? Is it meeting our objectives? And there are usually multiple objectives when you look at some of these larger initiatives. And in recent years, this committee has sought to really put us on a path to secure our energy future. And it is complicated. There are factors clearly beyond our control, but there are things the government has done that we believe have led to some very good outcomes. So, nothing we do in the legislature, I know this will be a shock to you, is perfect. Usually things need to be revised or reconsidered, but with momentous decisions as we've made in recent years, it's really high time for us to do an evaluation of not only where we are today, but how this sets us on the path of the future. We have a number of worthy objectives as a community and as the state that involve securing energy reliability and energy and environmental responsibility. And particularly recently, there's been a lot of focus on how can we be as efficient as possible and make sure that we're doing everything within our power to be responsible to ratepayers for every dollar that we spend. And I think even our deliberations this year on bills definitely involve that way of thinking. And, we learn as we go. We look to other states. But this is a moment for us to review what Connecticut has done and what Connecticut will be doing going forward. So we thank all of you for your participation in our doing this assessment, if you will, informal as it may be. But I think it's really important, and it may lead to some further really good conversations as we finalize bills this year and talk about how we're going to move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, my good Senate ranking member, Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking forward to our conversation today. Sometimes it's important, and I think particularly in the case of the energy issue, to take a step back and perspective on where we are as a state and where we should be going. As I said in the last meeting, which would be the last JF meeting that I'm a member of this committee, I'm proud of the work we have done together over the last 4 years in Senate Bill 7 in 2020. Senate Bill 7 was in 2023 to strengthen oversight of our utilities in defense of our consumers in the state and provide transparency to what we are paying for in our electric bills. I'm proud of the job that we did together to pass Senate Bill 7 last year. All 4 members of the leadership of this committee worked very hard on to provide the first relief of any significance to ratepayers in reducing our public benefits charges and taking a step in the right direction. There are always going to be disagreements from well-meaning people across party lines on this committee and beyond, and we'll continue to have those. And today we might even, have a discussion on certain macro agreements and disagreements that we have within, across parties and chambers and branches of government. But the work that was done last year was very important. It was a step in the right direction, hopefully only the first step in the right direction of many to come. I still believe that there is much more we need to do and can do to reduce cost burdens on Connecticut consumers, and I hope we continue to advocate for that in a broad manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Mara.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. This was a surprise meeting, but a welcome surprise. I think this is maybe better late than never. I think this is a great idea to go back. I mean, obviously, when we started our session, things were still kind of moving parts with PURA, and I think we're settling into a groove. I would like to hear, there's a lot of information from SB4 that we put out that we're going to be hearing from PURA in the future. We're going to be hearing from OCC in the future. And although PURA is not in front of us today, it'd be great to hear, some updates along the way of where we are seeing things land. And I think that this is still a very concerning issue for people across the state, as it just came out today that we're now second highest energy rates across the nation. So, maybe we're doing something good here, and I'd like to see exactly what we're doing that's making, cutting away at some of the costs that our ratepayers are taking on. But honing in on what we can do better in the future, I think will be important. And you can't know where you want to go until you know where you are and where you've been. So thank you for pulling this together. It'll be a good conversation.
Thank you, Representative. As you said, there's always more work to be done. I never believe anything that I read in the press anymore because I don't know how accurate it is. However, there's no disputing the fact that our electric rates are still high, and we're working on taking steps to bring them down to the extent that that's possible in New England. But that's part of why we're here. I think that we're going to dedicate some of the conversation to supply with the utilities and maybe with ISO, because some of the things in a deregulated market that happen we don't control, but we should know what we're going to be expecting over the next 3 months, 6 months, year, 2 years. So I think it's all important. It's just energy policy, 7.5 years into this, is not what I expected to be doing. It is painfully dense, and there's so much misinformation around it in the public that I think we have, from the day that I became chair, when Senator Formica sat as ranking member with Representative Ferraro, and he made the suggestion that we do public information hearings. We just did not have time this year to do it ahead of time. But educating the public, educating our colleagues. It's just too easy to take headline numbers, and I will strive for as long as I'm here to help people understand this, unpack as much as we can. It's not about a blame game. It's looking about delivering the best product, the most reliable product, the one that does the least harm to the environment, and that does it at the best possible price to our ratepayers. I have to comment that a couple of things real quickly. One was that at the other day, when we closed out our last meeting, it sort of slipped by me that it is Senator Fazio's last time on this committee, unless he decides to do another go-around in the Senate at some point in his life. But it has been.
No.
It's not an official meeting, so he could say whatever the hell he wants right now. So, yeah. And I know he loves being here.
I got a lot of problems with you people.
But it really, somebody who I've enjoyed working with, and it is, he knows how hard it is to get people up to speed in this area, to have intelligent conversations, not driven necessarily by emotion only and by ideology. I was impressed well, necessarily impressed with the whole CBIA article written the other day, but I was impressed with them using the three-legged stool analogy, which I sort of threw out there a bunch of years ago. I should have trademarked it. It's now in the public domain, but 7 years worth of energy policy work trying to balance cost, reliability, and environmental impact is something that I think we need to continue to do. So with that, we're going to ask different groups of people to come up, the committee members, not a meeting of the public, but it is a public forum. This is an educational forum for people. I think that we're going to start off with Commissioner Dykes and her team, who can come up to the table and just sort of give us a sense of where things are at from their perspective, what we're looking at in the short, medium, and long run, and go from there. Thank you, Commissioner. Welcome. We did that on purpose, by the way. We put no chair there.
I could stand.
That was not an accident.
Terrific. Well, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to the committee today, and appreciate those opening comments that helped to frame the discussion. I think it's really commendable thinking about Senate Bill 4 last year, nearly 60 provisions, I think, and when the session wrapped up, of course, that was the starting gun for a lot of the implementation, and we were proud, that DEEP was charged with a number of implementation responsibilities under that bill. And so, it's been a busy, short session already with many, pieces of legislation in front of the committee. I think this is a welcome opportunity to share some information and updates on what the progress of implementation has been so far. And so that's what we're going to attempt to do for the portions that DEEP has been really directly involved in. We do have some slides that will be coming up in just a moment. I'll say from some of the themes that you'll hear from us is that while there's been a lot of focus on the public benefits charge in the context of energy affordability, we see that there are opportunities to to lower costs and get more value out of investments and offset costs all across the electric bill, including supply and transmission and delivery, and of course public benefits. And I think that Senate Bill 4 really did take that all of the bill, whole of the bill, all of the above approach to implementation. And so we'll highlight a few examples of that. Just to provide some context, of course, we know that there's been a lot of changes across each of these different these 4 rate components. Supply rates, which are largely driven by changes in dynamics in the regional ISO wholesale markets, have increased gradually, over time since restructuring. But I think the story there has, particularly since, if we look since the pandemic, since 2019, 2020, is that we've seen significant spikes in volatility in supply rates. And so some of that is driven by things that are really difficult to predict exactly when they will impact us, but they are risks that we are familiar with. And those include vulnerability to geopolitical disruptions. During the war, at the start of the war on Ukraine, we saw that delivery rates, went up, nearly doubled. Supply rates, or the wholesale electric market prices, nearly doubled before settling back down. Extreme weather events, such as we just experienced one of the most expensive months, I think, in the ISO market's history during Winter Storm Fern. So extreme weather events exacerbated by climate change, are also driving, can stress the grid and increase costs. And of course, related to reliance on fossil fuels, gas infrastructure constraints are also part of that picture. So that's, that volatility in supply rates has been a real challenge, and a sort of a subcategory of our affordability challenge, because we know that businesses need predictability in energy costs. Our residents, residents on fixed incomes, for example, need predictability in energy costs. And so the volatility in supply is a challenge that we need to tackle. Transmission and delivery have not experienced that same level of volatility, and the story has been more about steady increase over time. Transmission rates have increased 91% in New England since 2015, and that includes, that's across the entire region. And we appreciated the opportunity that the committee afforded at the beginning of last session. You hosted the informational session focusing on transmission, and we were able to speak to some of those challenges and what's been driving those increase in transmission costs. Particularly, I believe about 40% of those transmission costs are related to asset condition projects, because we have an aging grid, and there's been a lot of utility investment in those in replacing aging infrastructure. And just previewing in Senate Bill 4, we were really appreciative of the General Assembly and this committee taking up reforms to provide for greater oversight over those asset condition projects. And I think that's having a ripple effect in the region, and so we'll speak to that. Local delivery, those delivery charges, of course, are that's, in PURA's domain. Transmission is subject to FERC jurisdiction. We've seen a significant increase in delivery rates as well. And I won't be spending too much time on that part. It's really more in the PURA domain. But we know that some of those drivers of costs include response to major storms, extreme weather events, challenges associated with customer hardship and non-payment during the COVID-19 pandemic. I think it's very important to keep in mind the tremendous disruption that occurred during the pandemic, and of course that had impacts to customers in our state, as well as costs associated with aging infrastructure, grid modernization, interest rates, supply chain challenges. Those are all macroeconomic factors that are influencing the cost of infrastructure at the delivery, transmission level, supply, and so on. So we've seen, significant increase in distribution rates, and that's been a steady increase over time. So we're happy to, speak to some benchmarking there as well. And then finally, the public benefits charge. Of course, that's gotten a lot of the attention and focus. And understandably, because I think there's an expectation that a lot of those public policy programs are ones that, while we may not be able to control for geopolitical events and the weather and all these things, but the public benefits charge is something that, is legislatively derived, and that's where we could take some action. So I would just note that over the past, many years, the state has enacted, and the General Assembly has enacted a number of programs and incentives that are funded through the public benefits charge, and those have been intended over time to help to offset some of and address some of the cost drivers in these other parts of the bill. And so, the General Assembly has authorized programs and incentives to shore up the reliability of generation supply. We'll speak about the Millstone contract in a moment. To reduce electric sector air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions. The Renewable Portfolio Standard in the supply rate serves to do that, as well as reducing or avoiding the cost of generation, transmission, and distribution. We know that proactive investments that are not coming through the ISO market. It's not designed properly to secure some of the most cost-effective investments that can avoid more T&D or generation costs. And so I think the General Assembly has been wise to establish programs that help to do that, as well as to manage or avoid the non-payment of electricity bills by low-income or medically challenged customers. So I think we are, I just want to note that we always are approaching those programs that are funded through the public benefits charge with an eye towards, measuring how they are helping to offset, keep other parts of the bill from being higher than they otherwise would be. And I think there are many reforms in Senate Bill 4 that are helping to ensure that they accomplish those goals. So with that, I'm going to just turn to highlighting a few of the measures that are in Senate Bill 4 from last year, as well as some other related developments that we see providing some relief and some support for more affordable electricity for Connecticut consumers. First, speaking to, if we want to go to the next slide, the supply part of the bill. So as I've noted, we've seen a lot of volatility in the supply charge. And, that's really helpful, thank you. And with the war in Ukraine, cold weather, infrastructure constraints on the gas system, et cetera. And I'll say, while, prices have increased by 90% since 2000, some of that is due to inflation, right? Macroeconomic factors such as supply chain and interest rate costs. I would note that I think while these prices are high, they would be higher still if not for the investments that the state has made over many years. First and foremost, to prevent the retirement of the Millstone nuclear power plant, as well as that's the 2,100 megawatts that we enjoy of carbon-free power coming from that facility, as well as the investments that are supported through the legislation that the General Assembly has passed over the years to allow the state to do competitive procurements for grid-scale resources. We've brought on about 2,100 megawatts of new grid-scale resources, as well as 1,100 megawatts of behind-the-meter generation. You have, House Bill, God, I'm going to do it again, and 5034, no. Anyway, to extend the, for the successor programs to the behind-the-meter programs is something you're considering this year. So in addition, in 2024 alone, the state's electric energy efficiency programs avoided the need to construct 23 megawatts of new power generation. So this is just highlighting how these programs that are funded through the public benefits charge are helping to offset and hedge against volatile and increasing costs in the wholesale markets. A few of the recent successes, of course, first and foremost, we're very pleased that the Revolution Wind offshore wind project that Connecticut is co-invested in with Rhode Island has achieved first power and begun to deliver electricity to consumers in New England as of March 13th. This power purchase agreement we entered into in 2018, and the project, of course, has had a long and recently more tortured history as we've fought against efforts from the Trump administration to prevent this project, which is 90% complete as of last August, from being able to finalize its construction through various stop work orders that have been enjoined by the courts. This project we expect is going to deliver about $100 million per year in customer savings over the life of the 20-year contract. We also know that had the Trump administration been successful in preventing this project from getting constructed, because we don't have any ready, we don't have another power plant waiting in the wings ready to deliver power in the time frame that the Revolution Wind project was set to come online. The ratepayers in the region could have expected about $500 million worth of higher energy supply and capacity costs if the project was not able to get constructed. We also note that the purchase price of this project at $99 per megawatt hour, so that will be recouped through the public benefits charge, but we believe that it will be the modest cost there that will appear when the project achieves its commercial operation date, which we hope will be later this year for full commercial operation, will be more than offset by savings on the supply part of the bill. So those are some things that we can be really proud of. In addition, I'll note that the Vineyard Wind 1 project that was procured by Massachusetts, fully paid for by Massachusetts, has also achieved first power and is ramping up its production. And during Winter Storm Fern, we understand it had a capacity factor of roughly 75%, which provided enormous benefits in terms of improving grid reliability and helping to offset the amount of oil that needed to be burned to maintain the reliability of the grid during that expensive period for our energy markets. And we expect Revolution Wind to provide similar benefits as it reaches commercial operation. Back to Senate Bill 4. So
Commissioner, can I just, because there's a lot of stuff coming out, and I just have a couple of questions.
Sure.
Just, again, public information. We're talking about all these procurements that one state is buying and another state is committing to. There was a lot of controversy around Millstone when we did it, and it was Democrats and Republicans that voted for it and Democrats and Republicans that voted against it. I think there was a lot of opposition to it at the time because it was slightly above market for sure, but more importantly, we were going it alone. Can you explain the concept of going it alone, why states do this?
Well,
just really briefly, I just want the public to understand, to the extent that anybody's going to listen to this, why is this the way it is? Why are we making decisions outside of the overall market?
Right.
How does that happen? What led to that?
Yeah, so the design of the ISO New England market has largely been constructed around the investment needs of a single type of resource, which is combined cycle natural gas power plants. And so that capacity market design has not, it's just based on how it recovers the costs for private owners of power and investors in power plants. It is not succeeded in attracting investment in other types of resources, and including renewable resources that are needed for meeting environmental goals, but that also contribute to providing hedging value, fuel diversity, and other benefits when we think about. And so for that reason, starting in the early 2010s, Connecticut and many other states in the region recognized that we needed to rely on our state jurisdictional authority to provide the constructs to be able to support investment in those types of resources, and not to mention the need for these state jurisdictional, procurements for building new resources. But as we also saw in the case of Millstone, the ISO New England market design was not was not capable of providing the revenue certainty or the revenue needed for the Millstone facility to continue operation, even though it was documented at the time in studies by the ISO that the ISO could not operate the grid reliably if Millstone or Seabrook, the other nuclear facility in New England, were to retire. So in many ways, the ISO has relied to some extent on states utilizing, states have a parallel role when it comes to resource adequacy. That's understood under the Federal Power Act, and the ISO has relied in part, the achieving resource adequacy in New England has relied in part on states utilizing their authorities to ensure that there are
I think
procurement
that's an
pathways.
important point. And I was very upfront. I appreciate we've asked ISO to participate. There's no attempt at finger pointing here. We are in a market that, in my mind, after 7 years, was sort of not necessarily set up in the most logical way for the future. And we're all dealing with this. States have different goals, states have different priorities. States are sort of making decisions based on what's good for their state, and yet we're a part of a regional grid that ISO has been tasked to manage, knowing that there are competing interests in certain things. I guess because they're a federally regulated utility, they're tasked a certain way to operate, and we're sort of filling in the gaps around that based on our own interests and needs. But I would say that it feels like you're half in and half out here, where there's not a majority of the states that would say we want this and we need this. So we're left to our own devices to figure out ways around it. And the Millstone deal originally was us alone that bought a lot of power out of Seabrook and a lot of power out of Millstone. We did pass legislation, it was bipartisan here, that in the future, any procurements like that have to be done with 2 or more, I think 3 or more states. And we've gotten them on board due to your hard work. And I think that is important to acknowledge that we're in a market that was created in the late 90s, and it's not really the ideal market. And I think that they do the best job that they can, given the circumstances. And we've debated whether they could do more or less. But the reality is we're sort of starting out with a system that was done by the best minds of the late 1990s that didn't take into account the things that we're thinking about today. And that's very important to understand. And I appreciate you highlighting how we've tried to do it, because you've been involved in this for the last,
Few minutes.
too many years.
I appreciate that, and I will take the opportunity to underscore that we've had a really constructive partnership with the ISO, particularly in recent years. I think, during those years when we were, struggling with this question of how to prevent Millstone from prematurely retiring, I think there was a lot of frustration that we didn't have a market solution to fall back on, even though we knew that, it would cost billions of dollars additional cost for ratepayers in Connecticut and the whole region if we saw those plants retire and we had to take on the cost of new resources to replace it. But we were struggling with things like the minimum offer price rule at that time, which were penalizing states for doing procurements. But now those days, I think, are behind us, and we see a lot of different ways that I see a lot of different ways that we're working constructively with the ISO. First, the ISO has provided a lot more planning information, granular information to states to help us understand resource adequacy challenges coming ahead. We have also seen the ISO taking on a role of helping to facilitate procurements on behalf of all 6 states for transmission for public policy. And we have an RFP like that, first of a kind, that's underway today, which all 6 states are participating in. And we know that the ISO is also contemplating some reforms to the capacity market going forward, with more precise accreditation of different resources based on their ability to serve load. And we think that that's a much more equitable way to address, ensure that we're properly valuing all the different types of resources needed to maintain reliability. I'll speak more about what that might mean in terms of costs and how we need to continue to have state authority to be able to do contracting in order to be able to hedge against the possible cost impacts of transitioning to those that capacity accreditation rule. But in the meantime, I also want to underscore some of the critical safeguards that the General Assembly has put in place to govern state procurements to ensure that we're selecting projects that are going to be cost beneficial and avoid higher supply costs. So, for example, the cost benefit analysis that first and foremost, the procurements that we do for grid scale resources rely on competition. And I'm still a believer, although there's a lot of debate about restructuring, at the heart of restructuring was that consumers will get better deals when we harness competition to get the best pricing and to place risks, ensure that shareholders are taking on the primary risks and not the ratepayers. And so we've been able to leverage competition through successive grid scale procurements. And every single time, I think I'm always surprised. The pricing is not what we would have anticipated if we were administratively determining those prices. In addition, each of our procurements is governed by a requirement around cost that these resources have to meet a cost-benefit test. We don't compare, of course, to the cost of energy today. We have to forecast what we think the cost of energy will be when these projects come online, but that helps us to ensure that the projects we're selecting are going to deliver benefits in terms of lower energy or capacity or renewable energy, renewable portfolio standard costs. And then the third piece is kind of a newer addition of a safeguard, and that is to ensure that Connecticut is not going it alone. Our cost-benefit tests, of course, dissuade against that, because if we're investing in resources that are going to serve the grid, all 6 states will get the benefit of what we buy, but Connecticut takes on 100% of the costs. And so in recent years, we have really worked hard to coordinate these procurements with our sister states. And we've done that with the 3-state procurement. We have a lot of examples of that. We did an expedited procurement for zero carbon resources, which is noted up here on the slide, to chase projects that might still be eligible for federal tax credits that have been rolled back under the Trump administration. And we were able to share projects with Massachusetts and Maine. We have procurements underway, including the first procurement that we've done since the legislature passed the requirements that you noted, to ensure that we have to have multiple states participating in any successive contract with millstones. So again, we can ensure that those benefits are regionally shared. So I think those are, that's a practice that has been developing. We've had tremendous partnership from our sister states, and these structures you've put in place have been incredibly valuable to ensure that Connecticut can be part of those regional investment opportunities.
Just one of the, I guess, the poster child for problems right now is Mid-Atlantic region and their grid operator, because things have happened that sort of pushed everybody out of control and states are suing each other. We haven't seen that here. I think that that has worked better for us, and I think that the more regional cooperation that we can get, the better off. Mopar is gone, but is there still a requirement for the cheapest power across the platform?
I mean, our cost benefit tests always look to that, or ensure, of course, there's a range of different products we may be purchasing in terms of renewable energy credits as well as energy. We are, so that best interest of ratepayers standard is something that prioritizes cost, or where there are other benefits that the legislature directs us to consider, we can consider those qualitatively as well. But since you mentioned the Mid-Atlantic, I do want to say that, it's really important. We know that the PJM states, which is the capacity market, that's the ISO for the Mid-Atlantic states. And those states have been experiencing some really significant challenges in terms of affordability, driven in part by dramatic changes that occurred in their capacity market in 2023. And they've seen 1,000%, greater than 1,000% increase in capacity costs in PJM, and that has driven a 5 to 10% increase in overall retail bills in some of the PJM states. There's a lot of different reasons for that. They have a lot of data center development that has sped ahead faster than they've been able to add new energy supply, but there's an enormous challenge that the Mid-Atlantic states are facing now. We are, again, cautiously supportive of the ISO New England putting in capacity market reforms here in in New England that could phase in as soon as 2028. But we think it's really, really important that we have the ability to continue to do grid scale procurements and the types of procurements to help us invest and ensure that the supply is there ahead of when these market reforms start to come into effect, so that we can mitigate these kinds of price shocks that we've seen occurring in the Mid-Atlantic. And so this is another reason why, while we're always thinking about what's the price of the project that we're selecting today, we have to be thinking about these investments as steps that we're taking to insulate against prices that we expect to be going up or to be more volatile in the future. And that's part of the forecasting, the calculation that we do for procurement.
I think the Mid-Atlantic also suffered from reliability issues, which sort of came to the forefront in the bad weather during the winter. So mismanaging this, I've always said that people will complain about the price until it's not available. And until they get a message over their phone or over their, whatever, that says, we're going to be turning off your power for 3 hours today. And I think that PJM seemed to have come close to that. We know ERCOT had some problems down in Texas. I would love to have you spend a lot more time talking about what the capacity market is, because I just don't think lay people, but we're not going to do a college level course on energy. We want to get through the points and then let the other folks on the panel sort of do some Q&A with you. But this is the kind of stuff that even for our own colleagues who are asked by the public all the time about why is my bill so high, or why is this, and lack of knowledge leads to an opening for incredible misinformation and just a lack of understanding. And I think that we face that in this building, we face it in the public, and I think it's very important to understand all the things that we've done to try to manage this. I make no apologies for the fact that Connecticut and New England are maybe amongst the most environmentally conscious states in the United States, along with some states on the West Coast. But it is not, I don't think that those are the major drivers of cost here. I think that we have other things that drive the cost. And I think that as you explain it, we see those things. I mean, we haven't even got into discussions around gas pipeline limitations, and even if there was a giant push to do it, nobody seems to be coming forward, wanting to make the investments. And I'm not sure that we could make market signals that would make a company invest $10 billion. So let's keep going. I wanted to sort of give you till about 1 o'clock and then do some Q&A.
Great.
So I appreciate the in-depth discussion. And I hope that more people in this body and in the public are interested in this, because if it is the topic on everybody's lips, which I'm not 100% sure it is, but if it's the thing that's driving people's concerns about being in Connecticut and affordability beyond the normal political discourse, then the more people know, I think, the better it is.
Great. Well, thank you for that, and I'll try to speed along here. One really important reform that was in Senate Bill 4 was to the Renewable Portfolio Standard. And I just want to note that we identified that there were a number of resources that were receiving compensation through the Renewable Portfolio Standard that are emitting air pollution. So in some ways, not really a perfect fit for a policy that's designed to invest in resources that reduce emissions. And so the General Assembly the Senate Bill 4 reduced eliminated the eligibility for certain of those emitting resources, and then reduced the RPS target accordingly. And that is, starting in 2026, going to save about $60 million per year on the supply charge, because that's where the RPS costs are recovered. And in addition, DEEP is continuing, the SB4 directed DEEP to move forward with procurements of grid-scale zero-carbon resources and to set a schedule for that, which will be forthcoming soon. But in the meantime, I just note that we have 2 major zero-carbon procurements that are underway, including coordinated with multiple other New England states. And that will include the opportunity for our existing nuclear facilities to also bid in for the potential for contract extensions beyond 2029. I note here the expedited zero carbon RFP where we selected 67 megawatts of solar at the end of last year that's eligible for federal tax credits that are expiring. On Monday, we just announced the first bid selections under our energy efficiency RFP. And the Senate Bill 4 provided for authority for DEEP to include demand response for natural gas and electric efficiency savings as part of our energy procurement authority. And so this is the first RFP where we're utilizing that authority. And we were able to select 2 bids. One of them, I'll highlight, will be providing for a demand response product for UI customers who have access to smart meters, and we expect there will be significant savings from these. But this is, I just want to note, as a first of a kind effort here in Connecticut, where we're leveraging competition to allow for third parties to bid in for energy efficiency offerings. And I think that provides a good complement to the conservation and load management program. We are encouraged by the responses here and the learnings from this RFP, and we're going to look to do another RFP soon. Because we think this could be a really viable way to procure more energy efficiency in the future that can lower supply costs. And then I would just want to note on the nuclear front, really landmark legislation in the SB4 lifted or provided for the opportunity for communities to opt in to get around the nuclear statutory moratorium on new nuclear development. And you also authorized in Senate Bill 4 a program for DEEP to provide support to communities that are exploring new nuclear development. And so we have started with a series of workshops because we recognize that first we need to help communities increase their understanding of what new nuclear technologies are, safety considerations, all the various ins and outs of nuclear technologies. And so we've hosted 2 of those. We expect 4 more. And then we will move to an RFI to get input on how we should implement the grant program for communities. This is 100% intended to be a community-led effort to see if there are any communities that are interested. We have not asked for a show of hands of any communities that are ready to host a nuclear facility, but this is just a really exploratory at this stage. We are also working very closely with our other fellow New England states, and of course, to the extent that we might be able to, there's another state that would be willing to host a nuclear facility. That would work too for being able to add new nuclear to the mix. And so I just want to say that these 2 provisions that were in Senate Bill 4 are keeping us very busy and yielding a lot of good discussion and helping to signal to developers a really serious interest in new nuclear development going forward. We have initiated the biomass procurement that was required under Senate Bill 4. And that is just getting started. And then we have also this week initiated a request for information on front-of-the-meter storage. Senate Bill 4 did provide some clarification around front-of-the-meter storage procurement. We know that there was a PURA program that was underway, And then we have our deep RFP for grid scale procurement. And so in order to, we think it's a good idea to have that front of the meter procurement within one department, but we have issued an RFI, and we want to hear from developers, particularly for smaller storage, front of the meter storage, about how we should consider and value the different benefits that they might provide relative to the larger storage programs or projects. And so that RFP will be underway this year. Moving on to the next slide. Now I want to speak to the transmission portion of the bill. So I want to applaud the General Assembly and this committee for providing for or adopting these provisions related to asset condition projects here in Senate Bill 4. I would suggest that this, Connecticut's actions at the legislative level have really inspired other states and their legislatures to take on similar efforts. And I think it's also helped to, I would argue, contribute to an acceleration of work at the regional level and with the ISO to provide for an asset condition reviewer that will be able to provide enhanced transparency where it's been lacking over that 40% of that significant amount of transmission investment that's going into asset condition projects. As I said last year at your informational session, I'll be the first one to stand up and defend the need to spend more on transmission if projects are really needed and they're properly scoped to address, aging infrastructure. But my concern is that with generous ROE levels that have been in place, and more on that in a moment, that we've seen a very vigorous amount of spending from the utilities, and we just simply don't have any confidence in the FERC oversight process. It's really not an oversight process. It's a formulate, relate process, and these charges are just rolled back into customer bills. And the only way to, the burden is on third parties like our Consumer Council or us at DEEP or others to be able to prove that these projects are not needed or overly or are not properly scoped. And so, in short, the Senate Bill 4 provided for a process for DEEP and OCC to be able to review information for these types of projects when they're proposed in Connecticut. It comes through the Siting Council, and that we're expecting the first report. We've received UIs, and I think Eversource got a 1-month extension. So this will be the first year that we're providing for that review process. At the same time, we see that there's been progress at the regional level. I know the ISO will be here later to tell you about the asset condition reviewer. Ultimately, we need to have this oversight at the regional level because Connecticut gets billed for 25% of the total cost of these transmission projects regionally. We are pleased to see that other states have been, their legislatures have been considering legislation to adopt similar approaches, and that needs to continue, but we also need a strong process at the ISO. The legislature in Senate Bill 4, you also addressed something that's been sitting for a long time, which is that there's been this bonus adder of 0.5% on the utility ROE simply for choosing to participate in the ISO New England. That adder was provided years ago when restructuring was first getting started to encourage and reward utilities for being part of regional RTOs. But after 2 decades of being part of ISO New England, we felt that, and I was glad to see the ISO move to make that a requirement to be part of the ISO New England, so that we can now go to FERC like other states have done and say that this 0.5% adder is no longer necessary. And that'll provide savings for Connecticut ratepayers of $4 to $5 million per year. But we're also seeing other states in New England adopting similar legislation, and the more states that adopt it, the greater the savings will be for Connecticut, up to $15 million per year. And then finally, you also put into law in Senate Bill 4 a requirement for the utilities to consider grid-enhancing technologies, advanced conductors, and other non-transmission alternatives when they're proposing transmission projects at the Siting Council. We know how difficult siting can be, especially for linear infrastructure like transmission. GETs and advanced conductors provide the opportunity to avoid sometimes the need to replace a line or to get more capacity out of a line if it does need to be replaced or constructed. So that's a good practice. And then finally, last week we saw the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission take action on litigation that's been pending for nearly a decade where we've been challenging the return on equity provided to utilities for transmission. And that recent FERC order could provide for about $30 million per year in additional savings by reducing the authorized return on equity for transmission. So that's going to be a significant savings. Of course, plus removing the 0.5% adder will be really material for Connecticut ratepayers. Then I'll go to electric system efficiency. So Section 56 of Senate Bill 4 established for the first time a system efficiency goal. There's been a lot of work that's gone on this since that bill passed, as other jurisdictions are racing to look at how they could get more out of the existing grid. To the extent that you can better utilize the grid that you have, it can have an ameliorative effect on rates. And so we hosted a technical meeting. We're proud to be doing this work in coordination with PURA. We hosted the first technical meeting on this on March 20th, and we have a report due on April 1st, so we're working quickly to at least get a first summary of learnings from that technical meeting. But this can inform dynamic rates, time of use pricing, ways to better align the incentives for the distributed generation programs to get more value out of DG investments, as well as ability to look at economic development rates, the way that we're integrating EVs and heat pumps and other types of load growth in a way that could actually help to offset or lower rates for all ratepayers as opposed to driving them up. So there's a lot of opportunity here, and we look forward to more learnings. And now, as I speed talk towards the last slide, the final aspect that I'll highlight here relates to the public benefits charge. Of course, I mentioned the Millstone contracts. So you can see here on the chart on the slide that we have had some significant earnings on the Millstone and Seabrook contracts. As you noted, Senator, when we first signed these contracts, it was to prevent these plants from retiring. We were not anticipating that they were the price that we were seeing, we expected to be a premium to the market price, but prices have increased in the markets faster than we expected at that time. And so we have actually now benefited from having these contracts in place as a hedge against higher market prices. So we are actively monitoring the PURA RAM proceeding that will influence what the rate will be set for these nuclear contracts going forward, and the extent to which some of these recent revenues that you can see, they're about $100 million of earnings on the Millstone, on the nuclear contracts that was not incorporated or reflected in the rate last year, is my understanding, and then we've had some significant earnings earlier this year. So that's an example of something that could help to provide an offset in terms of the cost of the public benefits charge. And I'll note that part of our revenue from those contracts includes selling attributes to the state of Massachusetts because they're utilizing them to meet their environmental goals. We saw the governor move forward with the bonding that was authorized in Senate Bill 4 for hardship and arrearages. As I noted, we saw a significant increase in the cost of those programs after COVID. And so the bond commission last June approved about $150 million worth of bonding for the EV charger program, as well as to offset some of those COVID-related hardship and arrearage expenses, and that too is having helping to offset some of the cost of the public benefits charge. We anticipate that the governor will have that, or the bond commission will have the opportunity to consider another tranche of bonding. The effective date for that authorization would be in this summer, in June or July of this year. And so, we're appreciate the opportunity to just highlight all these different things in Senate Bill 4.
Commissioner,
Yeah.
I think we're
I'm
gonna,
sorry.
Yeah, let Representative Mara.
Thank you. I'm actually 1 point behind. The chair said that maybe I should pop in if I had questions on a
Okay.
Section 4. I'll let you get too
I'm
far.
pretty much done, so that was
Okay,
it. Yeah.
well, I would love to hear what you have about the rest of it, and I'm actually my brain is catching up as you were talking here. But one of the things that you talked about was with the nuclear contracts, you were talking about the selling of the attributes to our neighboring states. Just curious, where do we see those attributes come into our bill? Is that right off of which line item do we see that come in on? Is it in the systems benefits charge, or where do we see it?
Yeah, so when we signed the contract with Millstone, we negotiated that in 2019. Thank you. We were procuring energy, but at the time, we asked Dominion to include all of the attributes, the zero emission attributes of the resource as part of the contract. So there was not really a market for those attributes at the time. But we have been able to find a market in Massachusetts because they have binding zero carbon goals that they need to meet. So they've been purchasing these attributes, and then the revenue from the sale of those attributes is incorporated into is flowed back to Connecticut ratepayers to offset the cost of the contract. I believe it's been about $60 or $70 million over the life of the contract.
I just want to say, if I remember correctly,
Eric Annis will correct me. Oh, sorry, it's in the non-bypassable federally mandated congestion charge.
so if memory serves me right, not only did we buy the attributes for the specific amount of power we committed to, which was 1,000 megawatts out of Millstone and some of the capacity out of Seabrook, but I think we got all the attributes from their generation, didn't we?
We did, yeah.
I thought that was, not knowing that they had any value or would eventually have value, I thought that was a great move at the time.
I agree.
And so is Massachusetts the only state that currently purchases as a renewable portfolio, the nuclear?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And then I realize when we look at our renewable portfolio, we have just a percentage that we have to purchase for our electric companies. But why do we purchase against nuclear for using nuclear?
Purchase against?
Like, if we have a large percentage of our portfolio that technically comes from nuclear,
Right.
Why do we have to purchase renewable
Why not
portfolio?
purchase nuclear as part of the renewable portfolio
or
standard?
why if it is a clean energy, why do we have to purchase more clean energy on top of the clean energy? Do you?
Oh, I see what you're
Yeah.
saying. So I think there's a lot of reasons that, I mean, the renewable portfolio standard dates back to 1998. It was part of that initial restructuring bill, and it reflected a desire from the General Assembly to say that while we're divested, we're going to rely on this competitive market now to source generation. The state still retains an interest in ensuring that certain types of resources are going to be a growing part of the resource mix, and a lot of that is focused on adding new resources. Solar, wind, things that could reduce air emissions, help to provide for fuel diversity on the grid. New nuclear was added to the RPS, I believe, 2 or 3 years ago. So that would be incorporated there. But to the extent that we have existing, I might not be answering your question, but that the goal with the RPS is to start, particularly for the class 1 tier, at a certain base level, and then see that increase over time. We've just found that the most cost-effective way to get those new renewable resources online has been through ensuring that we have grid-scale procurements and long-term contracts. Developers need that in order to get financing for their projects, and that's how we've been able to support more of these renewable investments. But ultimately, we've also, through the contract with Millstone and Seabrook, we've provided this support outside of the RPS to ensure that our existing nuclear resources don't go offline. And so, I think all of this just reflects this Swiss Army knife kind of all the above approach. And we think that a reliable grid benefits from having a broad range of resources: existing nuclear, new renewables, energy efficiency. we have our gas, we have oil, we have all these different resource, energy efficiency, all kind of contributing in different ways. And that, is the kind of thing that we think benefits the ISO and being able to operate the grid effectively under different performance characteristics.
And am I correct that right now we actually don't have enough RECs to satisfy our renewable portfolio purchases, and so we end up, right now I know we do ACP, but.
Let her finish, and then we can go into those other detailed questions.
Okay, no problem, thank you.
Yeah.
Yep,
There was a
yeah.
question about nuclear, and that made sense to ask at that moment. So why don't we, I just lost something, okay.
The balance of this slide behind me just points to legislation you have, concepts that are in legislation that's pending before you today that we think continues to extend the benefits of and the momentum from Senate Bill 4, but you've heard me testify on all those bills, so I won't take your time. I'm happy to take any other questions that you might have, or I know you have other presenters excited to come before you.
Well, so that was really comprehensive and really very much appreciated. There's just a lot in there. And I have some more questions, but I'm going to pass it on to my co-chair had his hand, and we'll go around the room, whoever else has questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this almost overwhelmingly comprehensive analysis of many of the things that we've done. We could spend the rest of the day on this easily. Let me just take a step back and a couple more global questions. Ratepayers like reliability, and for the longest time, perhaps we were lulled into a false sense of security in that natural gas rates were low, there was little inflation. For the better part of a decade, we got the impression that things were always going to be the same and that we could count on relatively stable, if high, energy rates here in the state of Connecticut. And then the world turned upside down and seems to remain upside down between COVID and supply chain issues, wars here, wars there, a rather capricious chief executive who keeps us guessing from moment to moment, like trying to kill all renewable energy because he doesn't like the way it looks, which I always thought was a rather weak rationale and now it wants to spend $1 billion to teach somebody not to do renewable energy. I wonder how much taxpayers, not only here in the state of Connecticut, but elsewhere, think about spending $1 billion of taxpayer money to not build something that we need. So this is all by way of saying is there is now a whole new level of risk that we didn't experience for the longest time. And volatility, some of which we control and some of which clearly we do not. Given what we've done as government or in collaboration with surrounding states or with ISO New England, what more can we do to recognize the world has changed and that risk and volatility are a part of it? We know that projects and project innovators are going to price that de-risking into the projects, which make them more expensive. They frustrate our ability to make some of the investments that we've talked about. Could you just sort of comment on where we are today and how that affects our strategic decision-making? Clearly, a strategy based on procurements gives us a lot more reliability and certainty, but are there other things we can be doing?
I think that is a vital tool, especially because we have this momentum with around coordinating with other states on procurements. There's some good muscle memory that's developed, and so continuing to be able to have that ability to do grid scale procurements is really important to provide for the hedge against volatility that we think is just becoming kind of the new normal in our wholesale markets and our competitive markets, given all those different factors that you mentioned. We have, and I think that another, since you asked what else we could be doing, I think another critical piece is to ensure that we have can provide for predictable permitting. I think that that's a key aspect that we hear from developers that can add to the cost risk of projects. Reducing interconnection costs, where we have also a proposal, you have a proposal for legislation this year that would help support proactive siting council approval for transmission upgrades that are enabling of new generation coming in. I think that's an example of a practice that does that. I mean, there's a whole long list of things, but being able, I just think being able to work together. I mean, this bill, it took a long time to go through these different provisions because there were so many. It's a very, very comprehensive bill that you passed last year. And the more that we can make progress in all these different areas to deliver on savings, help to continue to support programs that insulate against volatility and risk, like the Millstone contract is doing, for example. Those are the kinds of things that give ratepayers and your constituents, I think, greater confidence that we can exercise the tools that are needed to bring on needed supply and avoid some of these cost risks, in the future. At the same time, back to consumer confidence, that having common sense, transparency, and oversight measures, such as what you did on the asset condition reviewer process, is really vital. And I would say it's in our interest and it's in the utilities' interest to ensure that as we see more transmission costs come onto the bill, that regulators are putting the right framework in place to ensure that we're incenting utilities to build what's needed, but not more than what's needed. So that, again, consumers can have that confidence that where their dollars are going, they're being properly stewarded. And I would also say that you have another important bill, 5340, in terms of extending the life of the distributed generation programs, which we know rooftop solar and our behind-the-meter storage programs and so on are delivering a lot of value and reducing peak. We encouraged the idea of setting a budget target for those programs, again, to help provide, and the system efficiency study again will help to highlight and measure the value that those programs are providing and ensure that we can continue to invest in those resources in a way that consumers and ratepayers can feel confident is affordable and helping the system.
Let's continue along the theme of asset conditions that you raised. Connecticut consumers were shocked because of the Millstone exceptional charge, and perhaps we were ahead of the rest of the nation in recognizing that energy costs were going to become more volatile, and indeed the rest of the nation is experiencing much of what we did. The good news is those charges have returned to the levels they were previously. As you mentioned in 5340, we're even looking for ways to extend our renewable energy programs and further reduce costs that would be part of the public benefits charge. But beyond that, we recognize even if we don't control the generation side of the equation all that much, other than being able to add some new renewable energy, you noted that the big increase period to period and the trend line are for increases on the transmission and delivery side of the equation. I think perhaps ratepayers are only beginning to become aware of that difference. People begin to notice that that part of the bill is actually significantly larger than the generation side, where they used to be in greater balance just a number of years ago. You mentioned that 40% of that is simply to address needs of aging infrastructure, the broader asset condition side of things. You started to talk about what we need to be cognizant of when we try to control that, and things like grid enhancing technologies and things of that nature can have a mitigating effect. But is there any reason for us to believe, other than these costs will rise until such time that we are able to address these urgent infrastructure needs?
Well, I think the asset condition oversight and transparency measures in Senate Bill 4, are very timely. Or in some ways, I wish we'd had them I wish now looking back with a time machine, it would be great if we had done this even sooner, because there's billions of dollars of investment that have been flowing through these asset condition projects over the years. But we know that there's another $5 billion that in regional asset condition projects that's under development through 2030. And transmission rates are now about 10 to 11% of the average residential bill. If all those projects materialize, it could drive up transmission rates by another, 0.72 cents per kilowatt hour. So it's substantial. Again, maybe all of that investment is absolutely justified and needed. Maybe none of that involves overbuilding. But we just simply don't have until we, have this asset condition reviewer process in place, we just simply don't have the regulatory framework to be able to confirm that for ratepayers who are wondering, what they're paying for on their bill. And I will be the first to say that investment in transmission is needed in our region. We have, as I mentioned, we have a phase 2 RFP that's underway, where we're looking at what would be the cost of investing in more transmission to access low-cost generation in northern Maine, for example, and regionally sharing that. We've been successful in securing federal funding to help upgrade, different parts of our grid to enable more power plants to get built and interconnect. Our region, we have a lot of old infrastructure in New England, and it makes sense that we would have a lot of asset condition and aging infrastructure to address. But it also just has been a very significant and growing part of the bill, because it's been a relatively smaller share of your rate. You may not hear about it as much, but anytime we see that trend line with that significant level of increase, it warrants that focus. And I want to say that we see other states that are now in their legislative sessions considering similar legislation in Maine and Massachusetts and elsewhere. So I think that's a good example, and I think that the legislature here deserves credit, that when you have a good idea that's delivering an affordability benefit, it's easy to see that start to proliferate in other state capitals, and we get the benefit when other states do that as well.
Thank you for that answer. And I'm sure most of the citizens of Connecticut are very much aware of our aging infrastructure of all sorts of different kinds. So I think it obliges us to be an innovator to some degree. And thank you for noting those things that we do that other states are now adopting, that are assuring that we're getting maximum efficiency for every dollar that we invest in infrastructure. I still think we have a job to do to help explain to consumers, and maybe changing the electric bill again will help with this, that now that the public benefits charge has been returned to its, I want to call it normal level, and we expect to further mitigate costs that go under public benefits, that the investments that are leading to the increases in their bill are now to preserve reliability of the grid itself and access to remote energy, that we really don't have a choice. We need to do it efficiently. We need to find a way to do it with the least impact on ratepayers. But this is not an investment that we have to choose. Just let me ask, what would be the ramifications if we were a little dilatory on what we might describe as critical maintenance? What are the things that consumers ought to be aware of if we, for whatever reason, delay making these kinds of investments?
Yeah, I think that's an important question to ask, because certainly, in a region with a lot of aging infrastructure, we don't want to see utilities be dissuaded from making those improvements. If you have, especially with extreme weather events, right? We see different types of environmental changes that are stressing this infrastructure and maybe changing the useful life expectation that we have. But we also know that there's a lot of new solutions that are coming into the market in terms of advanced conductors, in terms of grid enhancing technologies to help us to get more capacity out of the wires that we have. And so I think that Senate Bill 4 took a pretty balanced approach in ensuring that those alternatives are being considered, and not blocking asset condition projects, but simply providing for a reasonable process for information to be shared with the through the siting council, with DEEP and OCC and stakeholders, so that if we do see an area where it's in our view that a project is over-designed, that we can convey that to the utilities. We appreciate the opportunity to work with them on that legislation last year. We appreciate the conversation, the dialogue that's been going on with the utilities across the region and our other sister states and consumer councils in other states, and the ISO on this asset condition reviewer that's getting stood up. Our goal is we don't want to be at a FERC process arguing that the utilities should be denied recovery of a project because it was overbuilt. We want to be on the front end, and that's what SB4 does, at the siting council process, encouraging the utility to make changes to the design or consider these grid enhancing technologies or advanced conductors, so that they can incorporate that in their design from the beginning, and so we can avoid any surprises on the back end, while also protecting consumers. And I think this is a good model, and I think that's probably the reason that other states are looking at it.
Thank you for that. And you mentioned the siting council. I think virtually every legislator in Connecticut is concerned about how much they're going to have on their plate going forward with the amount of infrastructure that needs attention. One more really quick question. You made mention of ways to reduce costs, and you alluded to the fact even things like EVs can ultimately reduce costs, which runs contrary to some of the stuff we've heard out there, that by definition, innovation of technology of this sort increases costs. Could you explain that?
Well, to the extent that I think that the math is fairly straightforward, that if you're able to add sales of electricity, add load to the system without increasing the fixed cost of serving that load, you could actually see rates decrease. And so the key is making sure that the load that gets added is coming onto the system in hours when we're not at the peak, right? But in hours when the grid has a capacity that's underutilized. And so that's what the system efficiency goal that was established in Senate Bill 4 and Section 56 directs the agencies to do. Electric vehicles are a great example. If we have charging at residences, primarily overnight, that's a time period when supply costs are low. The grid is demand is at its lowest level, and so if we can accommodate that additional charging, those additional sales, we can avoid without having to add new infrastructure to serve that load. It could actually have an ameliorative effect on rates. Another example would be on the medium heavy duty side. There's the promise with respect to electric school buses and being able to provide vehicle to grid charging, bidirectional charging, to serve power back to the grid during peak times. And so it's those kinds of common sense solutions. Once you see that possibility for capturing value, then you can go after lots of different measures to compensate or incent that efficient utilization of the grid, not just for EVs, but for lots of different types of load. It does require having information from the utilities to understand where those opportunities lie. It may be in different locations, look different in different locations on the grid. And then we need to have incentives that help to target those loads to those and reward load from showing up in those locations. I would say the changes that were made under the EV in Senate Bill 4 with the bonding and then the EV program at Pura, while there was a move to take away direct incentives for installing chargers at home, or to right-size that, it retained the managed charging incentive, which is a really innovative and important part of the Pura EV charging program, which helps to incent drivers to charge in those off-peak periods with the utility managing that activity. And I think that's a positive, that's a positive, ratepayer-friendly affordability measure that was preserved as part of the reforms in Senate Bill 4.
Yeah, I always am pleased when I get the letter from Eversource congratulating me on charging overnight at the right time of day.
You could even, you could be lowering somebody's electric rate that way.
Exactly so. There you go. And I hope we do get to the point where we have that kind of aggregate storage power, whether we call it a virtual power plant or just use it to mitigate peak load is a great idea. And, I think you're absolutely right. The real-time information is critically important to having an effective system, which does require AMI, which I still hope I will see in my lifetime, though I'm beginning to wonder. Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. Can you go back to the Revolution Wind cost slide about where we hope to see offset our supply versus, I think you said, was it transmission rates? And I wondered how we are planning to communicate that on our bills or to ratepayers when they see one cost go up and one cost go down.
Yeah, so in short, the Revolution Wind contract cost, just like the Millstone contract, just about like all of our grid scale state jurisdictional contracts, is any net costs of that are recovered through the public benefits charge. But the those projects that get built help to prevent the supply rates from being higher than they otherwise would be. So if we didn't add the supply through these long-term contracts or prevent our nuclear facilities from turning off and shutting down prematurely, we would see supply rates being much higher. And so our calculation, as I noted, that if we were very worried, frankly, I'm continuing to be worried that actions of the federal government to issue stop work orders and prevent offshore wind projects from being able to serve our grid. If those actions were successful and stopped the Revolution Wind project or the Vineyard Wind project from flowing power to customers in NICE and New England, that we could have a shortfall in our capacity market, and as well as higher energy, wholesale energy market prices to the tune of roughly $500 million per year and higher costs for supply in the near term. Because we don't have any, we don't have another gas power plant in the closet
Right.
we can pull out and plug in. It would take time to build a replacement capacity, and the ISO is counting on these projects to come online this year. In addition, of course, once the projects come online and they're operational, and then the power purchase agreement is in place, then we will be we'll see the net cost of the agreement reflected in the public benefits charge. We expect that will be offset by savings that will accrue and that will materialize. You'll see in lower in supply rates that would
Supply
otherwise
rates,
be
right.
we would expect would be otherwise higher
Right.
than the cost of the contract. I think that hopefully that answers your question.
It does, but it doesn't tell us how to communicate that with ratepayers.
So our estimate is that we think the Connecticut ratepayers will see over the life of the contract, 20 years, right? This is a power purchase. You want to try it, Eric? I need to take a sip of water, so let's
Go
see
for
if
it.
Eric Ennis.
I think what you're
We
getting
welcome
at,
him to
you're
the
getting at
show.
is the hardest part about communicating the value of a lot
Right.
of the public benefit charges, because it's against the counterfactual, right? So you won't know what the rates would have been but for having this project. I think what the commissioner is getting at is we will actually see over the life of the contract, as prices get higher in the out years, you will see actually a net a credit to ratepayers. It we expect as between RECs and energy prices will go up combined higher than the $90+ per megawatt hour for the contract.
As
But-
the wholesale market prices go up over time.
But we will not see, we don't have a way of communicating concisely on a bill the counterfactual. So what would the price would have been if you didn't have this project? So unfortunately, that's always a problem we face when we're trying to describe the value of the investments, because they're really investments. So you don't really know what you're getting because you've avoided costs that are in the counterfactual. So it's a nut we haven't cracked yet on trying to communicate that. But that is the unfortunate.
I
situation.
mean, it's an answerable question. This is modeling that we could do.
Yeah.
If we were, we would need some additional resources to do it.
Okay.
Within our current level of resources, we focus our modeling and our efforts on modeling what we expect energy prices to be for our procurements of new resources that we have underway. But it is, it's possible that we could do modeling in any given year to, if we assume certain resources that we've invested in, and by the way, also that other states have invested in. Massachusetts is paying 100% of the cost of Vineyard Wind,
That's right.
as well as the new hydro line that was built to Canada,
Right.
the New England Clean Energy Connect. So it is possible to model that. We just haven't been resourced, or we typically don't do that kind of analysis, but it is something we could do.
I'd just like to continue the communication about what's really in the supply and what's really in public benefits, which is, like you said, is an investment in some of that infrastructure to bring that online. And once it becomes online, what do we expect to see? And again, it's not day to day, but over the year, over the next 5 years, I think that would be super helpful. And if we can be conduits or ambassadors to try to help communicate, this is like this informational forum, a direct result of some of these policies that we put into place, actually in 2019, that would be helpful for us as policymakers.
Sure.
Thank you, Representative. I just want to say one thing. When you buy energy for 20 years, right, at a fixed price, and you measure it against the volatility of the market for non-fixed price energy, it just makes sense to do that because you're locking in a substantial piece. You're setting a price for a very long-term asset that's not volatile. And I think that that's part of what we've done with the wind. And, truth be told, when Park City Wind, the prices that were bid for that, when the provider no longer thought that Park City was viable to develop that wind farm at the price that they had quoted, they paid a penalty to pull out. We went out for a new RFP, and the numbers were deemed to be by the governor not going to be beneficial to the ratepayers. He decided to not do that, even though some of us argued that maybe he should have done some of it, but it was really a cost-benefit analysis, and it is based on predictive models. No one can know what the price will be 20 years from now, except for the fact that when you build a resource, whatever the resource is that is capital up front and no cost for the energy, that's the one kind of resource where you can lock in the fixed price. And very few other resources can you do that with. So I think Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Senator Needleman. Thank you, Commissioner Dykes, for coming today. I appreciate your summary of some of the cost savings in Senate Bill 4. And I think I speak for other members of the committee, enjoyed working with you on Senate Bill 4 and appreciate all your work and the work of other members of DEEP to achieve a final product that we can get bipartisan support behind. I wanted to continue on Representative Hughes' line of questioning on the dollar figure you had here with regard to Revolution Wind. So that estimate for Revolution Wind was based on internal modeling of what a counterfactual of the market would look like, if those megawatts didn't, a baseline of what theoretical costs and prices you thought would be into the future for 20 years, I presume.
Correct.
Yeah, because and one of the reasons for that is because there isn't a traded liquid market for electricity, basically 10 years out, 20 years out. Maybe there's some trades that happen 3 years out for merchant firms, but really nothing 5, 10, certainly 20 years out generally.
Correct. You'll get some NYMEX prices for 3 years, 5 years out, which was for the gas price, which is really what sets the energy price. But
Yeah.
but you're right, nothing out past that. And even at 3 years, you start getting volume gets very low.
Yeah, and obviously when you have new supply come in the market, it would theoretically depress the traded kind of merchant market for electricity. What I think.
We call those ratepayer savings, right?
Excuse me? We call them ratepayer savings, yes.
Right.
You could buy the most expensive electricity in the world and say that you're reducing the supply rate, and that would be true, but you'd be paying such a high public benefits charge that it would net out to cost to consumers. Obviously,
Right.
we'd agree with that too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it is an interesting, I think, discussion. We now rely more on long-term purchase agreements that are outside the market at the direction of the state government than we used to as a state and as a New England grid. And this has this kind of unusual effect of creating kind of two, a market that is, a junior market and a preferred market for electricity, and obviously that reduces the supply charges, but increases charges elsewhere. What percentage, just for my own edification, what percentage do you think of all the megawatt hours in the, I guess, New England, maybe we say Connecticut? It might be easier to look at Connecticut, but you could look at New England. Are long-term procured megawatt hours compared to traded, kind of sold into the free, the merchant market?
The percentages have changed. Millstone actually changes the equation for Connecticut
Yes.
quite a bit, because it's the 9 million megawatt hours of energy we buy is a substantial portion of our, about 16 a year for the EDCs. Massachusetts is growing with I don't know the percentage off my top of my head, but it's a relatively small percentage still. It has grown over the recent years. When the wind comes online, we'll see more of it. And the new NECEC line that comes in is a fair, sizable purchase from Massachusetts, but it's still a minority, a very small percentage of the overall trade, and most of this actually gets traded into the market anyway, and then the revenue is offset. So it's a hedge. So everything else is still traded. So there's energy still traded on the market ultimately, but the revenues flow back to ratepayers.
So even with, say, we probably have hundreds of megawatts procured for solar. We have 1,000 megawatts procured for Millstone. We'll probably have, a couple hundred from Revolution Wind. Do you think even with that, it's, I'm thinking about megawatts instead of megawatt hours off the top of my head, but I'm thinking that might it starts to get to a large minority of the overall traded of the overall electrons in the grid.
From Connecticut's perspective with Millstone, yes, because that's about 40% right there, 9 million out of the 16 for the two EDCs. So that's a large percentage. The Revolution Wind, I think, is only about 3% of our load, because it's about a 45-50% capacity factor. So you just cut the megawatts in half.
Okay, that makes sense.
And so it's 400 megawatts were bought from Revolution Wind, so it's about 200 megawatts out of our peak load is 3,000 or so. With Millstone for sure, it's a large percentage in Connecticut, but we're the only one that has that kind of percentage. Massachusetts is probably next, and Vermont is still vertically integrated, so they're fully that way.
Yeah, and so there's obviously going to be an interaction between the supply charges, the merchant market, and the public benefits charge, the subsidies. But if these sources of energy could trade into the supply market and cover the costs, they would trade into the supply market and cover the costs. They rely on a long-term subsidy in order to be economical.
I don't know if we would, subsidy is kind of like a freighted word, but I think like the design, that's why I was like reflecting on the structure of the ISO market, right? Is to have an energy market to cover your short-term, marginal costs, primarily fuel, right? And then you have a capacity market to cover the missing money, right? For capital costs associated that aren't being recovered through the marginal costs in the energy market. That really is a market structure that works well for a gas plant. You have the fixed cost of building the plant, and then you have the marginal cost of the fuel. And we like. There's others, there's a lot of discussion going on, including in the PJM states, about like, was it a mistake to restructure, and should we move back to vertically integrated, sole source utility, full cost of service, as an alternative to those markets? I'm a big supporter of those markets because it provides for efficient economic dispatch and competition, right, to ensure that those resources are operating and providing, on our grid, and then those costs are shared equitably across the 6 New England states. I think it provides a lot of value. But that market structure does not work for a wind farm or a solar array, that has, while the levelized cost of energy for solar may be lower than new combined cycle gas plants right now, right? We see that across the country. But those projects for new renewables, 100% of their costs are the fixed capital cost of building the project. The fuel is free, right? And so in order to get the financing, I think we found through the first 10 years of restructuring, when we had the RPS to provide for the renewable attribute, and then just the ISO market, developers, banks weren't willing to invest in those projects, even though over the 20-year forecast, let's say, you expect those projects might be more economic than the next gas combined cycle unit, not even bringing the gas pipeline thing into the discussion here.
Yep.
So I think that's where we see the value of having these, I see these markets that have emerged from state jurisdictional procurements to be complementary to maintaining the diversity and the resource adequacy of the ISO market, not because those projects are not economic or need a lot of subsidy, but in part because the structure of the ISO market, and they can speak to what FERC as their regulator requires in terms of that structure, but it just doesn't work for the investment needs of those types of resources.
Yeah, I guess I think the characterization of a subsidy, I think, is still valid, because it requires, extra monies from ratepayers or from somewhere in order to make it economically viable. And, if something's not economically viable, then it's not economically viable. I mean, there are so many producers across the commodities space that are higher versus lower on CapEx versus OpEx, and power is not entirely different. I do wonder if we become too reliant on procured, contracts for energy, if we sink the merchant market too much, and it becomes a spiral of, it becomes less and less possible to survive by selling into the competitive, merchant market for energy. And nothing can come online ever in the future or very little through the merchant market, and more is going to be required to be procured through long-term procurements. Is that, is there a point at which you would be concerned about that?
I mean, those were a lot of discussions that people were having, 10 years ago. I think those were the concerns about, like, building walls around the capacity market with the MOPR rules to sort of preserve against price suppression that would deter investment. But that was also the era when we had to intervene and provide maybe a subsidy in your definition. And I enjoy this debate, by the way,
I know you do.
to keep Millstone from retiring, right? And I would say that points out another market deficiency in the ISO structure, that the private merchant owner of that asset has a certain preference in terms of, needing revenue certainty over longer than, the annual capacity auction. And the competition that was with gas, that was driving down energy market revenues, right, was at a point that, Dominion said they were going to pull the plug and shut down that facility, even though we need it for resource adequacy, and it would have caused prices to go higher. So this is where I think our experience in Connecticut has been nuanced, and I think that our having access to the state jurisdictional procurements has enabled us to bolster the capacity, the ISO capacity market, which is providing critical revenue through the capacity auction for fossil resources like natural gas and oil that are helping to keep the lights on. But it's like I think anyway, I'll leave it there. But I think those are those issues in terms of, can the ISO market attract new entry while we have these other procurements going on, is your question. And I think that the answer to that question is determined much more by design decisions that the ISO is making. They eliminated a 7-year price lock that they used to have for capacity, right? That was important for attracting new entry. Are there communities that want to host new fossil fuel resources, and can that be accomplished through the permitting process? Do we have the fuel delivery infrastructure that it's needed to, if you build the next gas power plant, to get the reliability value of that resource like year round? there's lots more like to unpack, and the ISO's waiting in the wings to come talk to
Yeah.
you. But I think that those are some of the, there's some questions there around capacity market design that also play a role.
Yeah, thank you for that answer. Good, it's appreciated. I'm very wary of the internal estimates of what savings look like instead of having an objective kind of market to assess against, which is why I become very skeptical of the $100 million savings. It feels like it's picked out, and so I am skeptical of estimates like that. I'll ask one final question because ISO is coming up as you referenced. Do you think, would you recommend, or is there anything you could imagine creating a more long-term kind of market for traded energy to help, sort of support the generation, or not support generation, but instead of just having day ahead short term kind of purchases and auctions in the merchant market, designing a market structure with more long term stability, but also price discovery and competition envisioned. Is that ever something you've thought of, or you could provide recommendations to ISO waiting in the wings on?
Oh, to the ISO for their market, or
Yeah,
for the
yeah, no,
state
for their
jurisdictional
market.
markets?
No, for their market.
I'll jump in. I think this is a very active discussion that's happening at the ISO right now with accreditation, with capacity accreditation. It's designed precisely to that. And there's a very clear question of whether the market can attract new resources and at what price it would be with the risk. And the commissioner mentioned the 7-year rate lock. Before that happened, we had to have the clean contract. We have still contracts under power for peaking because they didn't have the lock. We entered into those contracts.
In the REL administration, right?
Yeah.
And then the market changed, had a lock. We saw some merchant generation coming online. And then that kind of, the process evolved where we stopped that. And there was action down in the DC Circuit Court, which kind of made it difficult to maintain the lock. But the ISO is probably likely to reconsider that or have a conversation around that. I don't think they've committed to saying they want to do that. But it is definitely part of what are the changes happening in the market right now are precisely that. And the commissioner had mentioned PJM prior, which is they're in the worst possible spot
Yes.
where they have high capacity prices,
Yes.
but not high enough
Yeah.
to attract new generation. And that's that's the absolute worst place to land in. And so I do think we would love a market that got rid of the need for procurements for zero carbon and and what else, but it hasn't come to fruition yet. And the ISO is working hard and seriously looking at accreditation to see if the right signals can be sent for that to happen. But it hasn't come to fruition. But that's an active conversation at NEPOOL, at the ISO. And it's a critical one, but it's a many-year process before we'll see that.
And I would say that to your first point about like skepticism about the the forecasted savings, I mean, you're right to be skeptical. No one has a crystal ball, and I think that a lot of the dynamics in the supply market are driven by things that we can't control or perfectly predict. Super cold winters, right? Really hot heat waves, right? The tariffs, geopolitical events that are driving up the cost of natural gas, permitting disruption, tax credits at the federal level that come and go. These are the types of things, supply chain disruptions, interest rate increases. That's the story of what is impacting not just the cost of renewables, but also the cost of combined cycle units, which has increased 2 to 3 times over the last several years. So that puts us in a situation of needing to take some actions, being very cautious about how we do it, to take the best available information and to act when we need, and preserving the Millstone facility, co-investing, sharing the costs of new investments with other neighboring states so that we don't end up holding the bag, having competition be a part of our grid scale resources, seeking economies of scale so that we're investing in large resources, proactively investing in transmission. There's all kinds of best practices I think we've applied that put me in the position to say while we can't say for sure, I think we are as confident as we possibly can be that these savings are going to materialize over time.
All right, well, I'll leave it on a point of minor disagreement. Thank you for your time, and thank you for letting me take the time with the committee.
Thank you, Senator. And I just want to close by saying we've done a lot. You've done a lot. Pura cannot be here today because they are in open hearing right now. There are other people, but so much of this can come down to philosophical discussions, as Senator Fazio said. In the best of all worlds, we'd have a global economy, world peace, and commodities and prices would be subject to the market. We don't live in that world, unfortunately, and this country has made massive mistakes in terms of what they've let be offshore, what they haven't. There are not a lot of areas that I find myself agreeing with President Trump, but one of them is we should have been way more strategic 40 years ago in what industries we allowed to close. And the only way to do that is through subsidies, unfortunately. They're now trying to figure out how to subsidize steelmaking and shipbuilding to keep it competitive with the world. We have become dependent on the rest of the world for a lot of things. And one thing I know about energy is that, again, the cost of any energy source we are not paying for the input fuel is going to long-term be a better deal because it's going to be stable. And that's not saying we should do it at any price, but I think that the desire to mitigate our dependence on global commodity prices, the pipeline is costing whatever it costs, but the cost of the fuel could be X or 5 times X tomorrow. And those are going to lead to some additional conversations with our friends from the ISO. I do want to say, again, thank you for all the time, knowledge. It's complicated. And everybody, I think, here has been a participant, all, from ISO to yourself, to Pura, to OCC, and to the utilities in trying to find a way to deliver the best product at the best price for people that we represent. And it is the policies of the country and of the state reflect the will of the voters, which is interesting, right? We don't talk about that often enough. But the will of the voters is to try to do things that make us leaders in certain things. I've had many conversations with people in my own party about we're not going fast enough, we're not doing enough, but I think that we've measured what we do constantly, and thank you for all your effort in that.
Great. Well, thank you so much, and appreciate the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you. Up next is Consumer Counsel Claire Coleman. I don't know. Nice to see you. You're taking time away from the Pura proceeding, I'm assuming.
I am, yes.
Thank you for being
I have
patient.
a able team. We're not quite up yet on cross, but have been following in between,
Great.
doing a lot of multitasking.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to come here today and talk about Public Act 25-173, which I think we're all referring to as SB4, rolls off the tongue much easier. And particularly, what OCC has been doing to help with implementation of the many critical measures. I will say at the outset, I work with a national group, the National Association of State Utility Consumer Advocates. I'm on the executive committee and have regular meetings with consumer advocates across the state, and I can attest that this legislation has been a model. Consumer advocates, public utility commissions have all looked at this to see what levers other states can utilize. And SB4 has been a pathway for many, whether it's tackling transmission costs or reducing unnecessary ROE adders or bonding authority. I've gotten interest really across the board from the entire bill, and from both red and blue states, bipartisan support that a lot of the initiatives that you helped enact are putting us on a path to help reduce costs. And so, you know, while we are here today to acknowledge some of that progress, I also want to state at the outset I understand and agree with the sentiment that we have a long way to go, and certainly never lose sight of the fact that customers are struggling every day to pay bills that are too high, and it is our mission and our collective goal to continually work to find ways to reduce the costs across the board, and we will maintain that role. I think parts of SB4 that sort of focus on affordability really have, I know when we were engaged in the development of the bill, and of course Commissioner Dykes approached it similarly, but when I thought about this last night as I was starting to prep for this, that our work we approach, with sort of the 4 categories of the bill in mind, and that's how sort of I prepared some notes. Commissioner Dykes covered a lot of information that I'm, some of which I had in my notes, so bear with me as I kind of try to subtract that so you don't have to hear repetitive information. In terms of the supply portion or category of our bill, which is right now about 41% for both Eversource and UI customers, is the largest cost driver on our bills for all of the reasons that you discussed extensively with Commissioner Dykes. I do want to add, one perspective that part of the SB4 revisions, there was a focus on procurement reform, and I'll talk a little bit about that, and I think it's important and positive steps. But I also do want to acknowledge that our standard service offering has successfully insulated us from some of this winter's worst volatility because of the full requirement standard service procurement strategy that we use, because we purchase in tranches and we're not stuck with real-time price conditions. While, just as an example, a January LMP average was 179 megawatt hours just for the energy, and our economist that works on procurement's estimated that we're paying close to $80 a megawatt hour. So overall, the standard service is designed to be a backstop, and while certainly we've had some challenging times over the years, is providing that. And because of that sort of tranched procurement strategy, we're also in a better position for our upcoming July through December rate, because we're substantially procured. I can't talk about the details, but can say that had we were procuring in real time along the way and had a lot to go still for July, we would be in a worse off place. Now, that being said, we are very concerned about the winter of 2027 if this war in Iran does not go away quickly. And we will see, unfortunately, substantial impacts on supply costs. And I'd say, standard service as well as the third-party supplier market across the board, and agreed with Commissioner Dykes' comments about the important role that Revolution Wind will play. I mean, in my mind, it couldn't have come at a better time as we're approaching another, we're just ending a winter, but soon enough we will be in the winter of 2027 when our prices will reflect the fact that we're having to purchase energy at a time of extreme global volatility, when natural gas and oil prices are way up and are tied to our wholesale market prices here in New England. So in terms of the improvements as a result of SB4, there has been a working group. We have been working closely with PURA, OCC, and the EDCs, as well as other stakeholders who have engaged on implementing the reforms envisioned in SB4, which allow us to do a little more dynamic market purchasing. And there has been some recommendations submitted to PURA just in February at the completion of sort of the initial stages of this working group, recommending that initially the EDCs do 20% dynamic market purchasing. There was some analysis done from prior years, the 2013 to 2024 time period, that gave the team some hope that if utilizing a more dynamic market purchase for this 20% tranche will have substantial customer savings. Of course, you know, I always like to say, past is never prologue in the energy world. So just because you can look back and see how things went doesn't mean that's going to be the case going forward. It's enough analysis to make us confident to say, we think you made a great recommendation in SB4, and the implementation, while still a work in progress, will eventually help us bring those standard service rates down even more. I will move to the delivery and delivery portion of the bill, which right now for UI stands at about 34% and Eversource roughly 30%. There were several provisions within SB4 that touch on the delivery costs, or the costs that usually show up in the delivery. The first one actually gives us an ability to pay for storm costs and advanced metering infrastructure through securitization, which will actually, usually those costs would be adjusted in the base rate adjustment during a utility rate case. We do have a process that's been initiated to start a working group with Eversource and our Office of the Treasurer to develop a path towards putting us in a position to initiate securitization of storm costs as soon as the litigation that, as you noted, the hearings have started today to resolve what the actual dollar amount that customers have to pay Eversource back for storms from 2018 through the end of 2023. So once we have that number, then there will be a financing order process to initiate the rate reduction bond process. And again,
Hey, Claire, I have one question about
Sure.
that. Does that process take a year?
the securitization process.
Well, from the moment that we determine a number to the moment that it happens, is that about a year long?
It could, and that was one of the sort of brainstorming exercises. We were thinking about how we can cut that down. There are a lot of factors at play. I think the Eversource has estimated it could take up to a year. We're hoping to find some ways to speed that up to get that moving faster. And some of it depends on the speed of the PURA proceeding, as well as some of the back end financing complexities.
I'm assuming at the point that we get there, we've given the authorization. You know my personal feeling about it. I am always concerned about long-term payment plans for short-term losses or expenses. I've always had my doubts. But I am assuming that somebody there is going to do the actual calculation of the difference between had PURA financed that over, it's allowed for the recovery over the normal 6 years at whatever interest rate is at the market versus the longer term, which could be 10 years, I think we allowed, at a better interest rate, what the actual debt service cost will be. But more importantly, what is the, like if it's, let's just pull a number, let's say it's $1 billion, and the financing costs at 6 years plus the payment of the principal over those 6 years versus paying it out over 10 years with a slightly lower interest rate. I'm not sure what the difference, the net difference in total aggregate dollars is going to be to the ratepayers, but I hope we will have that analysis. We granted the
Yes,
authority, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it makes the most sense, especially if there's a year delay.
Absolutely, and we did work with Treasurer Russell and his team on some preliminary runs to demonstrate the potential savings. to help support the legislation, and those will be drilled down upon with the help of the treasurer's team, who are the true experts in this, and we will certainly endeavor to achieve the most cost-effective outcome. I'll say in addition to lowering the total costs, which it will depend on the time frame of recovery, the other benefit is allowing customers to pay it off a little more slowly given the enormity of the costs. I'll just move on to other pieces of SB4. One of the sections was an encouragement for the exploration of time-varying rates. Representative Steinberg touched upon this with Commissioner Dykes. I'll just say that part of our team's core bread and butter is rate cases. We did have a rate case with UI complete since the passage of SB4 and did explore some more granular time-varying rates. It turned out that the metering, even with AMI, the metering infrastructure is not all apples to apples, and some have better capabilities for doing these more granular rate structures, and we're waiting for some information about what upgrades might be needed to UI's AMI meters. But we did encourage both UI and PURA to continue to explore, once we have costs, some different variations of time-varying rates, including some optional critical peak pricing rates, which would allow motivated consumers to engage in a more dynamic rate that has bigger price differentials that have been shown in other programs to really drive price signals and reduce usage at peak times. So I'll just say, rate. I do want to emphasize that while we're talking about 4 different parts of the bill, our team does identify, over each year throughout multiple rate cases, hundreds of millions of dollars to help bring down costs for customers for that part of the bill, and do think it's an important area to continue. We will continue to work to, sort of remove the unnecessary fat from any utility rate increase proposal and get to, true cost of service. On the transmission side of the bill, which is about 15% for Eversource and 13% for UI right now, Commissioner Dykes spent a lot of time talking about efforts that our team is also engaged in at ISO New England through the Planning Advisory Council, and as well as the new process at the state level envisioned really to drive ensuring transmission investments are necessary and are cost effective. And I do appreciate the committee's focus on grid enhancement technologies. I agree that it's critical that we have to get the most out of the infrastructure that we currently have before we talk about what new needs are required. And the process is laid out in SB4 to allow us to engage in some more advanced planning with our TOs here in Connecticut will be really helpful to help us review those planning processes, from a long out period, to ensure that both new transmission and the asset condition projects, which are the repair and replacement projects, are needed and cost effective. Commissioner Dykes touched on the ROE components and asset condition reviewer process at ISO New England. We have been advocating within the planning processes at ISO to establish this asset condition reviewer. While we're still pushing a little on some of the framework for the most effective asset condition model, we're pleased that ISO has been engaging all of us collectively in this effort, and think that having a reviewer in place will make a big difference in giving us the information we need to then go to FERC to challenge transmission costs that we don't think are just and reasonable. And finally, the public benefits category of the bill, currently about 14% for Eversource and 12% for UI. SB4 had a great provision that we advocated strongly for the first times, at least the first time to my knowledge that state bond funding has ever been used to offset energy costs. We felt like the $155 million bond funding that directly reduced costs for thousands of customers over the past year is a huge win for all of us. Just to give you a benchmark, we made some estimates before that bond funding went in, but now that we're evaluating the past year's costs, can see that it did result in about $10 a month reduction for Eversource customers and $8.50 for UI customers. That was from the September 1st adjustment through April. And we will continue to see those savings in the next adjustment, which will be May 1st. We're awaiting a PURA draft decision to indicate what the exact changes to the various RAM components will be. It's coming out Thursday, so happy to follow up with the committee and provide additional information, but I will say that we are heartened by some positive trends. We think, we hope to see around 11% reductions with both UI and Eversource bills. There's the discussion you had with Commissioner Dykes about the millstone costs that has been in the money and will benefit customers in this cycle. And there have been some reductions to the systems benefit charge component, the affordability programs. Really great, tea leaf signs. These are new that uncollectibles are down for Eversource, while the low-income discount rate costs are also a little bit down, particularly for Eversource because we've been on the 5-tier as opposed to the 2-tier, which is a more cost-effective design structure. UI was a little behind Eversource in implementing that, so we see a little more savings on the Eversource side, but that gives me great hope because one of the drivers in promoting and supporting a low-income discount rate and making bills more affordable is to really help with that, bring down that uncollectible cost. So it's a more proactive way of helping with affordability measures because in the end, bills that customers don't pay get socialized because our regulated monopoly utilities are entitled to recover costs for their services according to our Constitution, unless we can, prove imprudence or other circumstances. But generally, if a customer isn't paying their bill, those costs are socialized. So that's why these affordability programs are so important.
Interesting conversation on that as to whether or not that should be paid through their base distribution rates or they should be paid, because I know other states do it differently, or they should be paid in a separate bucket that we've created. Some states,
Right.
actually the arrearages are built into the base rates.
Right.
Because there's always an assumption, no matter what business you're in, that there's bad debt. And I just want to say that, again, normally I would never support bonding for something like arrearages as a routine, but there were enormous arrearages as a result of moratoriums and pandemics and a war and skyrocketing rates due to that war. So I thought it was prudent to do that. I do believe the governor still has some additional authority to bond some more if he sees fit, and I think that was a good move. But again, as a matter of course, I don't love bonding for routine, losses. It's just not. You don't pay them off over a long period of time. But we have an obligation, a dual obligation. In a normal business, you wouldn't do that. In this business where the rates reflect that, it would result in a big spike. And I thought we needed to smooth it out. So I'm glad that we created the opportunity. I'm glad that the governor did it. And so anyway, I'm going to let you finish. I just had one or two quick questions because I think two of the other people presenting have hard stops at 3 o'clock, and I didn't realize that at the beginning. So.
We'll let them get up, and I'll get back to our storm proceeding. I will just say, to your point, there is 145 million that we anticipate will be allocated that was authorized, and the rates for the May 1st RAM adjustment do anticipate that funding coming through, so it is really critical that, we maintain that bond authorization. It's in the known and measurable adjustments that the utilities put forward in their RAM adjustment, and hope that will be preserved. To your point about, I agree that these, the need to address uncollectibles is driven largely from, the experience we've had with COVID, with inflation. There are all of the, factors that Commissioner Dykes eloquently summarized. We've have seen unusually challenging times, and I agree that, it was appropriate for the state to step up and help resolve some of that bad debt. I will say bonding on the infrastructure side, part of that money also went to EV managed charging. That's a different use case. I think it is a good candidate going forward, so we can continue to have that discussion. But regardless, it's in our bills now. Customers are benefiting from it. The final point I'll make is that, I know there's been concern about, we've talked about volatility in the supply market, volatility in the RAM. There has been some really positive efforts. We worked through a docket with PURA to establish a new process whereby if we're seeing big market swings that might cause shifts either in the RAM adjustment, there's now sort of a triggering mechanism. If there's a 10% LMP differential or an overall 1% rate difference, it will trigger a filing from our EDCs to say, hey, we need to look at this. We might need to adjust rates on an interim basis, and that will help us sort of smooth out some of these swings we've seen going forward. So with that, I'll just wrap up by saying, there's a lot of work being done right now. A lot of what was done in SB4 is a work in progress. Of course, I shouldn't end my presentation without acknowledging the report you all assigned to my team on evaluating the combined public benefits charge. We are hard at work at that, seeking to do a comprehensive analysis to provide you with some additional information next session.
Thank you so much, Claire. Yeah, sure. Representative Mara.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming so quickly and taking your last night to prepare for us. I know you mentioned the dynamic procurement, and but either I missed it or I'm not sure. Did you talk about, or can you just quickly talk about whether we had talked about the zero carbon procurement and standard service? Has anything come forward with that, or?
So
This
in
is
terms of integrating the zero carbon into standard service, so there has been discussion broadly about utilizing PPAs as sort of a hedge within the self-supply portion of standard service. I don't have specific information related to the zero carbon procurement. The conversation is mostly focused on Millstone and Seabrook, the nuclear plants, whether it's appropriate to utilize those.
Yes, right.
At this point, the procurement manager and the proposal before PURA is saying, let's keep a flexible approach and let us evaluate, each bid day to see, how much the EDCs will self-supply and what that role is. The team wasn't quite ready to make a commitment. There are some continuing, concerns if you use Millstone when it's in the money for standard service, then only standard service customers benefit as opposed to all ratepayers as they do now through the RAM. And then, of course, vice versa. If Millstone is not in the money, it would be a standard service customers paying risk. So there's still some sort of risk analysis being done. It's still an option on the table, but there isn't a requirement to utilize any of those PPAs at this point to fulfill that self-supply portion.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Anything else? Great, thank you.
I just have one little comment, and I know we're in a rush here, so I'll make it brief. I've said this before, but I can't resist the opportunity to thank you again for all the work that OCC does on behalf of Connecticut ratepayers. We view our utilities as partners, but without OCC, we could not be assured that we're all singing off the same song sheet, if you will. And I really want to stress how important it is for us as a state to make sure that our partners are fully complying with the direction that government is giving. And that if we ever find ourselves in a circumstance where the partners fail to honor legislative intent and go their own way, we're really going to have a problem. Without OCC, I don't know if that's possible. So again, when it comes to making sure that everybody's looking out for the best interests of Connecticut ratepayers and that the direction of government is being understood and translated into action, we count on OCC to make sure that compliance occurs. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. I really appreciate that acknowledgement. Our team works incredibly hard. I do want to also acknowledge your work and how much you will be missed, both on this committee and all of our engagement over the last decade on energy issues. It's been a true pleasure to work for you. I know you've always had ratepayers' interests at heart and the future of future consumers, ensuring that we're making the investments we need to continue to put energy consumers in a better place going forward. Yes, you will be missed, and thank you.
For those sentiments, I'll be one of those guys yelling at the TV set and shaking my fist going forward. So, Mary says she will too.
And
So-
yes, and Mary, you as well.
Okay, there you go. Thank you again. Moving right on,
Senator
we want to give ISO an opportunity to give their full presentation. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience today. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. My name is Eric Johnson, for the record, part of the ISO New England External Affairs team, joined by my colleague, Carrie Schlichting.
Hello,
And
thanks for having me.
so we did share a copy of a presentation with the committee. We're happy to walk through that. And this is your time as well, so whatever topics are of most interest, I would say we're happy to take direction from you. We were asked specifically to discuss the asset condition process, and so that is part of this presentation. And are we synced up here? We might need just a...
Can we provide some help on the technology? Are we good?
Well, we've got a presentation here. Is it synced up in your? If you have it, I can start. Okay. Mr. Chair, I think we can get underway and the slides will catch up.
I really do appreciate you guys coming here today. So
Okay.
as soon as the slide is up, you guys are ready. Thank you.
All right, sounds good. So,
I can even see it on my tablet because I cannot see it up there.
okay. All right, very good. First, I just want to highlight a couple of successes. This has been a very stimulating conversation today, and there's a lot of overlap with the work that we are involved with and the prior speakers. And I would say one of the successes is regional collaboration coordinating between ISO New England and the states. Of course, we're happy to engage with policymakers like yourselves directly, but our team is involved on a day-to-day basis with the folks at DEEP, at PURA, at OCC, who are actively engaged in regional discussions about transmission, wholesale markets, and so I think that is a success that we've built as a partnership over the region. I would say energy efficiency is a resource commitment by Connecticut and many of the other states that has had a very substantial impact on the need for resources in New England, and effectively through the utility and state-sponsored EE programs, we've seen flat load growth in the region for about a decade. And so that means the ISO has to procure less in an auction. We have to plan less for transmission, but we're entering a new phase. So the electrification goals of the states, including Connecticut for EVs and heat pumps, will drive growth in electricity demand. Of course, that will change the equation. We'll have to plan for that. Commissioner Dykes talked about transmission planning. We've done a lot of work to make sure the grid is reliable to serve the demands of 15 million people in New England. But the states have said their policy objectives go much further than that, 2040, 2050. And so in recent years, we've done some analysis. What would the transmission system need to look like in order to support your policy objectives over time? And that was a lot of collaboration. DEEP was deeply involved in that discussion with ISO and their counterparts around the region. It led to a study for the first time by the ISO that looked out to 2050, and that led to an RFP that is now under evaluation that's looking at building transmission within Maine to unlock the potential for some new supply in that area to deliver to southern New England. Clearly an example of collaboration with ISO and the states. We've also developed some new tools to model how we plan for extreme weather, and we see extreme weather both in the summer and in the winter, which puts strains on the power grid. The highest demand is certainly in the summertime when we're using air conditioning, but the most stress probably on the grid is in the wintertime. And while the demand is lower, there's a lot of challenges to make sure we have enough resources that can deliver energy to the grid. In terms of challenges ahead, I would say really persistent price volatility has been a challenge for the region for a number of years. We have very real physical constraints on the fuel infrastructure serving New England. The gas pipeline system was designed to serve firm customers. Those firm customers are customers of the gas distribution companies, customers like myself. I don't worry that there will not be enough gas to supply to my house, but most of the power plants in New England are not firm customers of the gas system, and so they end up, if the gas is constrained, they switch to oil in the wintertime, or they buy LNG, which is imported. So the constraints around bringing fuel into the region is a direct cause of a lot of the volatility. We'll show you some graphs on that.
Eric, can I ask, because you're going to go through a lot of stuff. I just have a question about the firm commitment component. I think that bears explaining that the gas companies basically have committed to capacity in the pipelines, but the power generators buy the power in short-term contracts. Is there any process by which the ISO could go into firm contracts for gas? Because if you did that, there would likely be more capacity brought to the area, I would think.
Yeah, in
But
theory.
can you legally do that?
So I'm going to jump ahead to what we do and what we don't do. If you look at slide 4 in that presentation, we don't have any jurisdiction or authority to do procurements on the fuel side. So you'll hear the ISO talk about fuel, natural gas, oil, but we're doing that for our situational awareness to understand, can those resources supply electrons to the grid? And yeah, if you go to the slide with X's on it, slide 4. Thank you, right there. So we don't plan the resource mix. We don't have jurisdiction over the fuel. So if we were an entity that was a power authority of some kind, potentially that could happen. And you could have an entity that would do that procurement and firm up the fuel for the generators. The tool that we have is through the market design right now. The folks at DEEP talked about changes to the capacity market, the accreditation process. So that's trying to make sure that we're paying resources for what they can actually provide to the grid under stress conditions that will have impacts for all types of resources. But short answer is we don't have the authority to make those commitments as the ISO.
So is that an immutable, unchangeable fact that you can't be, look, in my opinion, there was good and bad in deregulation, and we created this situation, and I understand you're dealing with the competing interests of different states that may have different goals and different priorities and different, outlooks, but is there a process by which the ISO could become a power authority in addition to its role as a grid manager? And what would that take?
In short, I think the answer is no, unless there was a commitment that all of the states in New England wanted to create that structure. And even when you think about gas and electric systems, there's an ISO, independent system operator, that oversees the electric transmission system. There is no ISO over the gas system. It doesn't exist. And so we've been asked, well, ISO, would you want to take on that role? And our answer is we got our hands full managing electric system reliability. So they're two very different models, two different regulatory structures, both fall under FERC. We plan the transmission to make sure we can serve peak demand. On the gas side, they're not planning the gas network that way. They're planning it to serve firm contracts.
So looking at states like Texas or New York, which become their own grid operators effectively, they're serving that function, right? Because they don't have to worry about other states' opinions. They're operating on behalf of their state, and they're managing all the resources, I'm assuming.
Well, New York ISO is very similar to our function here in New England. They are not doing gas procurements. Now, New York does have they do have a power authority, and the NYSERDA, the Research and the Development Authority. So there are other structures that they have in place. Texas is an entirely different world. Yes, in so many ways, the Lone Star State.
So, so it would take unanimity among the states to agree to change the charter? Would we have to appeal to FERC to do that?
There's nothing to stop the New England states from wanting to create a power authority, but I'm not sure that even unanimity among the 6 states would translate into the ISO taking on that role.
Right. Well, you know that every time I came to visit you, I always asked the same question, and couldn't dance around it about the governance structure. And ISO exists to provide stability to the grid in the states of New England, and our actual role in the governance is very limited. There's a lot, just the history of how it was born and born out of the generators,
Well, it's not entirely.
Okay.
I mean, the generators are a sector within the structure that exists today within NEPOOL, but the ISO itself is in standalone independent entity.
But I mean, its birthing came out of the New England generators, I guess, and the utilities. And once deregulation happened, somehow ISO was created. Anyway, I know what you do and I know what you don't do. I'm interested in, can you do more? Are we doing more through other ways? And I know we're doing more through other ways, through regional collaboration. And hopefully we won't ever be in a situation like we were with Millstone, where we're sort of playing chicken with each other about, well, they need it more than we do. We needed Millstone to exist, not only because we wanted stability in the grid, but we also wanted the jobs and the income that came to southeastern Connecticut from Millstone. That was a very important part of the calculus, and that's what sort of split the vote. But I'm sure Massachusetts sat back and said, we all need these plants for the grid. However, Connecticut needs it more. So they're going to have to bite the bullet on it.
Well, as a practical matter, the ISO markets are relatively short-term. The furthest our markets go out today is 3 years through the forward capacity market. We're redesigning that, so that will be within 1 year. And what Dominion was looking for was a long-term commitment. There's no structure at ISO or any ISO that I know of that could provide that to generation. We can do that on the transmission side to build that infrastructure, but there would be a mechanism for a power plant to come to the ISO and say, we're going to retire. We would study that from a reliability perspective. There's a very controversial process where we could go to FERC and ask for cost of service for that asset. That's at most 1 to 2 years. That is not a long-term solution. So Dominion never came to us and said, we're going to shut down. So that was never in play with ISO. It obviously was a discussion they had with Connecticut.
Yeah, no, I
directly.
remember. I mean, I had just gotten here, but we talked about that,
Yep.
which sort of loops around. I'm going to let you finish, but this loops around to Everett and natural gas and where we are with that and what the future looks like. So I want to let you go through because it's really important to understand what you do, what you don't do. And in some measures, since deregulation, we've all been spending a lot of time filling a lot of gaps and expanding roles and responsibilities. It's hard to go back 27 years. I wasn't here. To me, it was still the original sin. But the fact is, we are all trying to fill the gaps right now, and you guys are doing the best job that you can given the circumstances. So I'll let you continue.
Thank you. And if the clerk is driving the slides, maybe Control L will put it into full screen mode, and then if you could advance from there. Thank you. So on the resource mix, this is a snapshot of 2005, looking back 20 years, and last year, and we can see what is the source of our electricity today. Most of it comes from natural gas. You can see that the nuclear has dropped, but noticeably oil and coal have dropped substantially over time. We don't burn much oil in New England unless we're in a cold snap, and the only remaining coal plants retired at the end of last year. So what we're seeing now is sort of a picture of the future, natural gas and increase in renewables. We do show imports, and we do bring in a significant amount of power from Quebec on an annual basis. Less recently, because they're dealing with some drought conditions, but we have multiple ties that allow us to bring power into the region. The ISO is not buying that power. Entities in New England, whether it's the states or suppliers, are contracting to deliver power into the New England grid. We're essentially managing the flows on that system. And if you think about what's the mix going to be in the future, if you could jump to slide 6, we administer an interconnection study queue. So anybody that wants to build a new power plant in New England and connect to the grid, we are looking to make sure that that interconnection will not have an adverse impact on the system. We're not looking at, is it a good business model? Does it meet state policy objectives? Do we like the technology or the location of the project? It's, can it connect to the grid reliably? And so the amount of resources in the queue has declined because of some reforms at FERC. I'm happy to explain those. But the makeup of the queue is largely wind, battery storage, and solar. We're talking about grid scale resources, not just rooftop. If you look back 5 years in the queue, 7 years, it was mostly gas-fired generation. Nobody's proposing to build gas-fired generation. It's probably not rational in this environment where the fuel infrastructure is constrained. So everything that's coming forward here, I would argue, is in large part a result of decisions that you made as policymakers, working with Deep and Pure to say this is the resource mix we want to bring onto the system in the future. Of course, the technology is very different. Every one of these resources, wind and solar, are weather dependent. They're not sitting on a pile of fuel or a tank of fuel that they can run on dispatch from the ISO. So we have to think differently about how we operate that system. Battery storage is certainly a resource that can help balance the variability of the wind and the renewables. but these are short duration batteries. We're talking about 2 to 4 hour batteries. What we really need in New England is long duration batteries. If we get into a cold spell and we discharge the batteries, there's no surplus energy to recharge those batteries. So when we think about battery storage technology, we're sort of in an era of one technology type, lithium ion, and we are looking forward to different types of technologies that would serve the grid. Next slide, please. Next slide, number 8. So I wanted to share some trends. I think the question was, what are the trends on pricing over time? So this is looking at the major markets that the ISO administers. This is going back to 2008. 2008 was kind of the high water mark in terms of demand. Then we went into recession, and then prices dropped and demand dropped. But every year since then, in a time when you see really low energy prices, that's the light blue at the bottom of the stack, it's a time when we saw low demand and low fuel prices. Case in point is 2020, not too long ago, we saw the lowest wholesale electricity prices in the history of wholesale markets in New England. So New England can produce electricity at a very competitive rate, but when we get into a period when we have really cold weather in 2018, 19, 2022, when we see the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, what happens? Global demand rises for these fuels. New England is then susceptible to the global price of LNG. The gas that New England could use is not very far away. We know this, Marcellus is a couple hundred miles from here, but we can't get that here through the pipeline infrastructure in the wintertime. And even if we were to try to import it through LNG, you can't move between U.S. ports unless it's a U.S.-built vessel under the Jones Act. Recent news on that, but I don't think that's going to affect us here. So what's happening over time? Mild winter, low demand, low prices. Really cold weather, high demand, high prices. New England is going to see this move around indefinitely unless there's some change to the infrastructure bringing fuel into the region. And that's not something that the ISO controls directly. We have talked about the benefits of fuel infrastructure. We've taken a lot of heat for being supportive of that concept. At this point, we just don't expect that it's realistic that that will happen, at least not by action of the ISO. I think there's certainly discussion about, is that politically possible in this environment? I'll leave that to the political folks.
I missed what you said, Eric. What do you think is?
So in the discussion around expanding gas pipeline infrastructure, we have been supportive of that concept in the past, but we don't have any leverage over that. There's some renewed discussion around that, but it wouldn't be the ISO, leading that charge. The next.
Can I jump in and ask a quick question? Is there an inverse correlation between capacity prices and the day ahead, the operating prices by chance?
Not necessarily in an annual time snap here. If you think about why prices are low or high for energy, it's the price of fuel. If the price of capacity spikes, it's usually because something has retired recently, and generator retirements tend to be lumpy. So if Brayton Point retires or another large plant retires, you're talking about 800 megawatts coming off the system. That's a signal to the capacity market we need to invest, and prices go up.
Okay.
So I think they're different drivers.
Okay, got it.
If you look at slide 9, this is a monthly snapshot, and you can see that when we have cold weather or shocks to the physical system, if you go back to 2005, the hurricanes hit Texas, which originally was our primary source of natural gas. So what happens? Prices for gas go up, and as soon as that infrastructure comes back, prices for gas and electricity come down. And then we saw kind of this long decline in prices. We went into recession, so demand dropped, but then we had the access to Marcellus shale, so suddenly you had more supply in your backyard. But all these spikes are when we see really cold weather in the winter. If you go to the next slide, this is just the data essentially behind those tables, and it does a breakdown of the energy ancillary and capacity markets, as well as the cost for transmission. So I wanted to give you a illustration of wholesale versus retail prices. So if you could go to slide 11, please. Everything we've been talking to this point is all of the wholesale costs. Those wholesale costs are about a third of the total retail bill. So in New England, we track the state retail supply prices. The U.S. Department of Energy tracks that. And so you can see that over time, as wholesale prices go up or down, retail electricity prices go up or down. But there's not a direct correlation because we're operating a market that's day to day, and you're procuring supply for default service customers on a quarterly or a monthly basis. So most customers are paying a flat rate for the electricity, and there's a lot of things, as you know, that are layered into what's happening on the retail bill. I'd like to put in a plug for demand response. So we hear a lot about, well, ISO's thinking about transmission, you're thinking about supply and generation, and I think sometimes demand response is an overlooked aspect of the market, but we're balancing supply and demand every day. And if all of the retail customers in New England are insensitive to the fact that it costs more or less for electricity at different times, they're not going to be motivated to do anything about it. People look at the ISO mobile app and they're fascinated by, oh, I can see what the price is or the fuel mix, but it doesn't change their behavior. And not all customers are going to be able to be on some type of a time varying rate. I understand that. That's a public policy decision. But if we're into the winter and demand is high and prices are really high, you look at the ISO website and it's lit up red because prices are so high, that would be a great signal for the public to reduce their electricity consumption. The flip side is there will be times, especially as you add renewables, there's going to be surplus energy on the system. We actually see prices at the wholesale level go negative because there's more supply than demand. That would be a great time for you to charge a device. And so if you had some price sensitivity, customers could actually benefit from negative prices, not just reducing demand, but increasing and shifting their demand over time. So I think there's been a big shift in how we think about demand response. It could go both directions.
Can demand response, or does demand response sell into capacity markets?
Yes.
And to what extent compared to the rest of the demand response industry?
I would say it's a relatively small portion of the capacity market, but demand response could provide energy. It can provide capacity or ancillary services. What we found is that in the energy market, most demand response is not going to interrupt unless you give them a really high price.
Yeah.
People are not going to do demand response just sort of out of a sense of goodwill, right? It has to be rational for them to stop doing what they're doing in order to take a cue from ISO or their utility. So sometimes the low numbers are the fact that they really require a really high price in order to be committed in any of the markets.
Got it.
Do you think, and following up on that, that the aggregate number of small users, regular, everyday people, is more impactful in demand response than the large users? And who would be the large users? Like, I think about my own factories. We're fairly high users. When we're operating our equipment, we can't have an automatic, turn down of stuff. We operate within environmental conditions. We have machinery that's running all the time. I can think of like a big box store that maybe turns off lights in the middle of the night and shuts down things or dims things, hopefully not the refrigerators, that, would save large amounts of electricity. So when you think demand response, are you thinking it's more impactful in the aggregate number of individuals, or are we looking to really target the big users here?
I think the big users are the ones who are participating today to the extent it makes sense for them to do it. They typically have the energy management systems and they're tracking their consumption in real time. You know this. But I think the potential is for all of us to give permission to some aggregator to make changes to the settings of our thermostat in our house. And why would we do that? Well, they would give us some type of a rebate or a discount. It probably would not be noticeable to us, but in aggregate, if you have thousands of customers across New England doing that, that aggregator could offer that in his capacity to the system. And FERC has actually created some new incentives for that under a program for aggregating distributed energy resources that we're going to implement at the end of this year. So I think we're going in that direction, but as policymakers, you have the control over the retail rate structure. So if we're going to provide those incentives for public to do that, it won't come directly from the ISO. We can provide the price signal, but it doesn't reach the retail customer unless you say so.
And if I may, we work really closely with our states in New England on this issue, especially for behind the meter demand response. We have been working through NECPUC for the last 2 years to provide technical support to an analysis of different time of use rates or variability rates in New England. And we do see the impact of those programs' deployment on very hot days. The Eversource Connected Solutions, for example, on a really hot day when they're going to be adjusting thermostats for all enrolled participants, we can see a change right now of 300 megawatts or 250 megawatts, which is a significant amount of a reduction in load. The thing is, we don't control those programs, but our control room is in really close coordination with the utilities and those that are in charge of those programs. They speak daily in the summer, in the hot months when those programs are being implemented. And we anticipate that as an area of further growth and collaboration as those types of participation programs continue.
Is that done through state procurements, capacity markets? Where's the revenue come from for that?
So
Or
that's
just
that's a state program,
Okay, state.
entirely outside of our jurisdiction, but we see the reduction in demand
Yeah.
when those programs are
Okay.
implemented. So it's really important
Is
for
that
us.
Massachusetts or Connecticut?
Massachusetts has the biggest program, but there's varieties of different programs across.
Thank you.
If the clerk could jump ahead to slide 16, I want to talk about the asset condition project and then happy to take some questions. Okay, very good. Thanks, Carrie. Good.
And I have to leave, but thank you so much for having us.
Within our planning function, looking at the transmission system, if there is a overload of the transmission system in the future, we have to come up with a solution so that it's not overloaded. And when we think about electrification, we will see growth in electricity demand. So over time, as Commissioner Dykes mentioned, we're going to have to make some investments in the transmission system. The other component of the transmission system is maintaining the existing infrastructure. This is referred to as asset condition projects. So a utility company would come to the ISO and say, we're going to take this transmission line, which might be 40 years old. We might have wood poles on it. It's at the end of its useful life, and we're going to replace that. So they come to the ISO, to our planning process, and they provide that information. And then the ISO looks at the project to make sure if it gets connected to the existing transmission system, it doesn't cause an adverse impact. Our jurisdiction over that is very narrow. That's all we're looking at. We don't tell the utilities which projects to come forward. We don't have a library of every transmission line and circuit in New England that says how old it is. That's all within their asset base. So there's been a lot of investment in this area, so it's got a lot of attention. People say we're not spending as much on reliability projects, but now we're seeing the impact of these asset condition projects on the bill. We've been asked, ISO, can you do something about this? And we've said we don't have any jurisdiction. This is really the transmission owners go directly to FERC on this. We have a role in that process, but we don't have a role in looking at the prudency of these types of investments. We don't adjudicate whether they should move forward with the different projects. So we have agreed to create a new role called an asset condition reviewer. We are in a sort of interim phase right now, but we will be developing that structure over the course of 2026. We expect it to go to FERC at the beginning of 2027. And that would provide folks like the OCC and their counterparts around the region information and an opinion about these asset condition projects that they could bring to FERC. So this is a pretty significant undertaking. We're going to have to bring on a team of people who have the expertise to look at the existing assets. I think from an affordability perspective, it's it's providing more transparency around what's being invested, providing maybe a measure of standardization across the transmission companies in New England. They all have different models for how they do this. So there's been a lot of alignment in New England over the past year, and we wanted just to share that that role is in development. And we think that will be a positive for the region. I'm not going to sit here and say that the reviewer role itself is going to bring down the cost of transmission, but I think it's an important step in providing oversight of how much is being invested in and what's the cost.
And I truly appreciate the fact that you guys are doing this. I think we were maybe the first state that pushed for it. You know, if it's not a lengthy conversation, because I think we've already lost the Green Bank folks and the utilities are going to come up next. Not a lengthy conversation, the process by which transmission projects are accounted for, not approved or disapproved, not you saying okay, but the actual finances of it. There's been a general sense that it tends to be kind of a black hole. I don't know what FERC's process is for reviewing the cost, but in the discussion around creating this asset condition department that is housed at ISO, the interest was to give the state's information to go back in the proceedings at FERC and say, this one was okay, this one maybe they didn't do right, or they underspent, or they overspent, or whatever. And so really quickly, what is the process at FERC? The project is approved somewhere, somehow. It's in a bucket of a number of projects that's approved usually. And then the work is done. And without the asset condition reviewer, they just go back to FERC to get recovery, basically, and they make their case. And to us, the argument was made that the states, OCC, whoever would make the case at FERC on behalf of the states, didn't have the information necessary to argue for or against. But how in-depth? I mean, FERC is not a huge group. They do these projects all over the country. They're reviewing infrastructure projects literally in all 50 states, transmission infrastructure. How detailed is that process? How much work do they do to review the costs?
Are you asking about today before FERC?
Yeah, today, and I mean, look, as my understanding is the asset reviewer will basically give us information to make the argument for or against something. You're not going to go make it. It's really for the benefit of the consumer councils generally, I would guess. So with or without that, there are interveners in that process, and I would imagine the states through their consumer councils are the interveners. But is it a thorough rate case? Is it an in-depth review of the costs for prudency and useful and prudent kind of stuff?
I think the fact that we're creating this new structure and role is an indication that the states don't believe that that process at FERC is giving them the results that they want. And I don't want to opine on the merit of the process at FERC because we're not involved in it directly. But I think that the outcome of this is to better inform the PUCs and the consumer advocates and other stakeholders who want to be engaged on this so that maybe it gets some different attention from FERC when it goes down there.
I appreciate that. And again, I just want to say in our legislation, this was made as a pitch to us, and we very much supported the idea that some oversight, whether it was necessary or not, we just felt that it was necessary. So I had a feeling. So we put it in legislation, and you guys responded by creating the position, and we really appreciate that. Could I just sort of talk a little bit about the future here for a couple of minutes?
Sure.
Short-term future on the supply side, because you guys are plugged into this better than anybody. Obviously very, very concerned that at this point, over half of our energy generation comes from natural gas, and it's a very volatile commodity. 20% of the natural gas comes through Strait of Hormuz. Hopefully, God willing, that whole thing gets resolved at some point. Senator Fazio and I have had numerous conversations about the validity of the Jones Act, right? I support shipbuilding in the
And
United
you've been
States.
wrong every time.
Of course. No, his comment was, you couldn't be more wrong, if I remember correctly. And I appreciate that. I always thought you were either right or wrong, but I couldn't be more wrong. We now are in a position where we're living in a much more protectionist environment, and to me, that's not the best thing in the world. Jones Act was, in my opinion, an attempt to support a shipbuilding industry in the United States. It has not worked, right? And we, as in New England, are a major victim of that. And the thing you mentioned about the short-term solution is the 60-day moratorium on the Jones Act doesn't help us in the winter unless that gets extended into next year. So we're forced now, even though we have a pipeline, we have all the natural gas we want, we're a net exporter, in New England, we're basically forced to take natural gas from other parts of the world, right? And not only are we forced to do that, LNG at this moment, I knew we had the terminal in New Brunswick, and we have Everett, which was going to close, but I guess Everett is now saved. Is it permanently saved?
No, but you're right. Those are the two major terminals. So the Everett terminal had been the sole source of natural gas for the Mystic generating units in Boston. Those have retired. And so now there is an agreement between the gas distribution companies in Massachusetts and that terminal to continue to provide that terminal to stay open, because they have needs for their systems as well, not just for power plants in that area. But the governor has made it very clear that she wants her team to find a solution to not need that terminal in the future. ISO New England said this is an asset that's in New England. It has value to New England. If you lose this, you will not get this back. And I feel like one of our objective is really just to keep what we have if it's hard to build new stuff. So again, back to what we said, our jurisdiction does not extend to the gas side. So the gas generators or the gas distribution companies would have to enter into those contracts. As a practical matter, we get a significant amount of gas flowing down over another pipeline from New Brunswick. That gas is sourced from all over the world, but we track the ships when they leave port all the way up to New Brunswick. We can see them offloading because we know that that supply is going to be delivered into the New England market. But consider that then the only major supply for natural gas for New England is not even in this country. And we have very good relationships with New Brunswick. That's not an issue. But we don't control what happens to the future of that facility. So what are we thinking about? Well, maybe a resource that uses natural gas or LNG, maybe they need to think about dual fuel capability. So just maximize the availability of the assets that you've already invested in. And we can recommend that through our capacity auction reforms. We're trying to provide the right price signals for resources to firm up their availability, and dual fuel could be one component of that. There could be other solutions as well, but it seems like something that we should take a look at. And of course, that lands in the jurisdiction of the states who sign off on the permitting for dual fuel capability.
And all this has to do with really winter reliability, because there's no shortage of natural gas during the summer. We have plenty to run the system.
Correct.
So our neighbors to the north, I've long felt that the Northeast continental United States needs to consider itself a market. You know, whether you Quebec, New Brunswick, and into New England, we are a market, and the two-way transmission of power is important, I think, to sustain the market. I think that there was a hope that large-scale wind development, offshore wind development, would solve the winter reliability problem. And it would have forestalled a lot of the potential downsides that we're seeing right now. Without that, it pains me to hear that in their capacity market auctions, you would be considering incentivizing more of the gas plants to do dual fuel. It pains me, but I understand why you have to do it. It is a real problem for people who live near those plants. I mean, the air quality in those weeks during the winter was horrible. The particulate emissions that oil gives off versus natural gas is really it's a terrible solution, but it may be the only one short term, because the plug has basically been pulled on new offshore wind development, and I think that that's a real problem. And I didn't realize that Governor Healy has sort of set I don't think it's a hard deadline, but she wants a solution other than Everett. New Brunswick, you know, between the back and forth on tariffs, it was like a constant, are we looking at tariff energy here? Because that would be a disaster if there was a tariff or a surcharge put on energy coming out of New Brunswick. You get the double whammy. Pipeline gas is usually 25% the cost of tanker gas, right? It's usually a 4x number. So anytime we have to bring in extra gas, it's really adding a lot of cost. And I think that what we really haven't talked about a lot here is this circumstance that we live with adds an enormous risk premium. And the risk premium is built into the pricing. And that is one of the reasons, if not the major reason, supply costs in New England over wholesale prices are so big, because of the risk premium. What are we, look, Claire's talked about the fact that we're largely procured for the July 1st. I don't know what percent we're procured for July 1st. But I don't know, I try to look at the rate board to see what the, 1 and 2 year contracted prices for energy are, and they're pretty high. But are you seeing, are you red flagging this, or is it not even something you track about the procurements that are going to start for January 1st? I think that not sure what the hell's going to happen on July 1st, because we can't really predict. But the January 1st number is the one that really concerns me. And are you seeing any market signals about that?
Yes, and while I said that the ISO doesn't have a role on the retail side, if you're talking about procurements of default service, those suppliers are buying out of the wholesale market. So what's happening in the wholesale market and what the expectations are for price over time are going to influence what you will see in those procurements. From a capacity perspective, we do have commitments through June of 2028 through the forward capacity auctions that we've already run. So that time period seems to be pretty well locked up. Now, that's not the energy on a daily basis. We will run the next capacity auction in the beginning of 2028 for July 1 going beyond. So I think the people who will be offering into that capacity auction are going to be thinking about these economic signals. I know that our economists are watching the market prices and the forwards very closely, I think, to inform the market design that we're working on with the capacity auction reforms. If I could just sort of back up what you talked about with the winter time and the offshore wind, not only were the states counting on offshore wind, but we had started to count on offshore wind in our modeling for the future, because it's what you wanted and it's what was in the queue. and there really wasn't an alternative. And so we put out 2 statements last year when those projects were paused to say, we have real concerns. We've invested massive staff hours and engineering hours since 2010 to support the development and planning around offshore wind. And we're very happy to have the 2 projects come online that were discussed, Revolution Wind and Vineyard Wind. There was potential for a lot more. The advantage of offshore wind for New England is it does line up very closely with the winter time period. So you get robust output from offshore wind close to the load center at the time that you need it. And so if that is not going to be the major resource to solve for the next 5 years, we're going to have to think about what is. And so we're both wrestling with that question.
Yeah, well, I think that the signal is dual fuel, which, you know, when in the worst part of the winter, when I found out that a 500 megawatt plant takes about 500,000 gallons of oil a day to run, that's a lot of truckloads of oil going back and forth to a plant if there's no pipeline to it, and there usually isn't to gas plants, on top of the environmental impact. So
you could also consider a more aggressive conservation, because what conservation would do is reduce what you have to buy or build for. And I know that New England and Connecticut have been leaders in energy efficiency, but you know, maybe that's an untapped resource on the demand side in addition to demand response.
to invest more in conservation, obviously. And yeah, that's, the governor said from day one, the kilowatt that you don't use is the kilowatt that's the cheapest. I mean, it only makes sense. The problem is people will only tolerate a certain level of discomfort, and, you know, we see that the thing that drives change is cost. So although I felt that the finance bill last year on time of use rates, time of day rates, was draconian and, you know, it was going to hurt the wrong people at the wrong time. I definitely think that when gasoline goes up to $5 a gallon, people will drive less, and then we'll do things to promote more energy efficient cars. You know, it's what happened in the 70s, and so the world is moving so much faster right now that I don't know how quickly we're going to respond to these things. And you know, the cheapest way out of it short term is to put some oil tanks at people's gas plants, but it's really, in my opinion, the worst solution, but it may be the only solution.
Yeah. The oil that we're talking about in that situation is not the heavy oil that
Right,
we've
it's
seen at
much
the
better
thermal
oil.
units. So
It's certainly not the oil we used to burn, thank God, the sludge. Senator Fazio.
I figure I might as well. I'm going to ask, I don't want to take too much time, but I did want to ask I think I have 4 questions, and you could try to be brief with your answers if you want. So given maybe some of the changes in your projections for supply, you know, at what point is ISO New England's house view start to get worried about supply and demand in New England?
it's really if the electrification takes off faster than new resources come online. Because right now we have enough resources in the region, as I said, for the next couple of years. So if electrification rates soften a little bit, that takes some of the pressure off on building the new supply. But if it were to take off and everybody's driving an electric vehicle and got a heat pump in their house, that's going to put demand on the grid in the wintertime.
Okay.
So,
but your house view, your baseline view, at what point now do you start to become very concerned about supply and demand?
So we've done some analysis, some probabilistic analysis that show into the early 2030s we expect to be having adequate resources. It's really when you get into the mid 2030s and beyond that there's so much uncertainty, it's hard to tell.
Okay, and so obviously your forecast for new supply rather come, battery, wind, and solar in that order. So really wind and solar. And battery obviously is more dispatchable. It's a bit surprising to me to see battery only increase to now 0.6% of the energy mix. Is battery able to compete in the capacity markets? It seems like a natural fit for that, or not.
Yes, we do have batteries that do participate in actually all the markets. So the same thing I said for demand resources, batteries can participate in the different markets. Now, they might not be economic in all of the markets, and keep in mind that a battery is not a source of energy.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of obvious, but it just holds energy that it either charges from a renewable resource or charges from the grid.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So, I don't know if you heard our kind of discussion with Commissioner Dykes before about, bringing new procurements online. And obviously, almost all of those new procurements, or the majority of the megawatts, are going to be through direct procurements, subsidized by state, ratepayers through state programs. That means that the Connecticut's and the Massachusetts customers of the world are probably going to bear a greater burden than the New Hampshire, residents of the world, for instance. But at the same time, it would probably be more elegant and more cost effective theoretically if you could bring more supply online through the wholesale, ISO markets, and obviously because those are much lower price, at least certainly they are now. How do you think about that problem? Whether there could be new generation through the merchant wholesale market, and if there can't be because it's volatile and short term. I mean, obviously that wasn't that didn't stop capacity from coming on in the past through that avenue. But has there ever been thought, discussion at ISO designing markets that are medium term or long term, but are also competitive and bid? Just throwing out a couple of those thoughts there. I wanted to see yours.
So we have, through the forward capacity market, brought in a lot of generation. It's mostly been gas-fired generation over the past couple of decades. That has provided some financial certainty for resources to make a commitment. We didn't see a lot of commitments with just bidding into the spot markets. That's not enough to make a capital investment.
Yeah.
But keep in mind, what was the purpose of the entire market structure from the beginning, whether you're talking about energy market or capacity market? It was to select the lowest price resource to meet the need at all times. And so in that environment, some resources are not going to see enough revenue in the market to operate. So that would be the case for a nuclear plant. And so the market was not designed to support specific technologies. And I know this was the rub of that conversation in Connecticut over time. The nuclear plants were not built in a market environment. The company that operates them is largely operating in a regulated system outside of New England, and they're trying to figure out, well, how do we make this work here in New England? And unfortunately, the ISO doesn't have the ability to say, okay, we're going to increase the price in our market so that we can make it work for this resource, because then somebody else says, well, I need you to do that for me. And then you're not running a market. You're essentially planning the resource mix again.
And then I'll to my final question. Then to what extent do you see more and more of these direct procurements, which get their revenue from long-term contracts, from ratepayers? Obviously, they turn around and they sell their megawatt hours into the wholesale market. They bid zero or whatever it is. To what extent do you see that kind of disrupting or suppressing the wholesale markets compared to the opportunity cost or the alternative scenario?
Who you really should talk to is the folks at NEPCA, the New England Power Generators, because they think a lot about this on the resource side. And if you have a company that builds a power plant and they're getting revenue only through the energy markets and the capacity markets, they would say it's very difficult for them to compete with somebody else who has the backing of ratepayers to support their projects. You're basically in a hybrid world.
Yeah.
So what do you want to be? there may be a tipping point where if you have so much supply that's under contract that you're not really running a market anymore. We're not gauging where that tipping point would be, but I think that is a concern, that you have resources that are not concerned only about the wholesale price because somebody's locked in 10 or 20 years.
Yeah, it's partial, in a way, I would think it's partial re-regulation. Because, yes, it's not the same utility model of generation, but it is a direct, state involved procurement, and how the hybrid's going to survive is an open question, especially if it comes imbalanced. But, sorry, and just going back to the previous question, I'll make it my last question. Is there a world in which there could be a non-capacity, so a wholesale market that is designed by ISO New England or any other independent system operator? Does anyone else do it, where it's a longer term, medium term, think year, 2 years, 5 years, wholesale market, auction, whatever? Yeah, obviously you do it for capacity markets, that's longer term. But for the non-capacity, normal wholesale market, is there a world in which there could be a longer-term market for energy?
There was a reference to the 7-year lock earlier, which was a sort of add-on to the capacity market to provide some certainty, but it wasn't a lock-in for everybody in the market. So there were some inequities there, which I think is why the courts and FERC had difficulty with that continuing, and that may be under consideration again as one solution. If you're trying to develop clean resources, as an example, and your goal is not just the lowest price of any resource, you could put a price on carbon in the wholesale market, and that would provide an opportunity for nuclear and renewable resources. And that could be administered by the ISO, but that's a policy choice. We couldn't do that unilaterally. There's some questions about whether FERC would even approve it. But as policymakers, if you decided to talk to your colleagues in the other 6 New England states and say, we want to enact a framework where the ISO administers a market, or even you do that on your own, where we're trying to attract non-carbon resources, that certainly could be done. Whether it would be done through the ISO, I think, is kind of a governance question and a policy question.
Okay. I don't know if I'm fully satisfied, but thank you.
I'm happy to take that offline.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Mashinsky.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just had 2 questions, and this may or may not be your purview, but I had thought that when we got into a winter freeze situation, we'd be able to use Canadian hydro, and then I was really surprised that it didn't come through. Did you expect that, and do you have an explanation for why we couldn't use it?
There's a couple things that are happening with Canadian hydro. They're in a drought period right now, so their reservoir levels are low, so they're managing that. You can think of that reservoir as a large seasonal battery that they manage very closely. So in the early days of the New England Clean Energy Connect project, they were not flowing a lot of power over that line. There was an expectation that they would. In fact, there have been times in the past year when we've been exporting power to Quebec, even in the wintertime. So their demand is up. So I think they're trying to be very careful about those resources. But that transmission line was essentially a contract between Massachusetts and Hydro-Quebec, with Central Maine Power building the transmission to deliver those electrons. So we certainly see the operation of that, but the flows on that line are contractual. And I would expect that when prices are high in New England, they're going to want to sell. And when they have more in the reservoir over time, they'll probably want to sell more. But that's kind of just an observation based on what we see publicly.
Okay, so it's just not, I guess I'm disappointed because I actually thought they would do better for us, but
I think a number of people were disappointed, but I don't think that's going to be the permanent state of that line. It's been flowing up to its capacity, even in parts of this winter. So I would say that was a temporary situation, and we do expect to have significant flows over that line in the future.
okay. And then when I was at an NCSL meeting, we talked to the Department of Energy, and there was one gentleman that was all that was left of the grant department, but he had the same amount of money. He just had himself there giving it away, and he was trying to get me to go back to my state and encourage folks to have some creative ideas, including more efficient technology, and that they had funds that they would give out to states that were willing to become more efficient. For example, transmission wires that don't lose power as heat and can carry more load. And that, I would think, would also help us get through some of our tight spots. So I don't know if you were aware of that, or if you could help spread the word that they apparently have funds to give to innovators. Could be utility company, could be the state.
Thank you for mentioning that. We have been in discussion with the states who have applied to the DOE for funding. We've provided a lot of technical support. There are some technologies that may have applications here. We don't always pick the transmission solution, so sometimes a developer or the utility company will pick it, so I think they may be a good candidate for some of those funding. I mean, the ISO doesn't own the line, so we wouldn't necessarily apply for the money, but I think the New England states have been very focused on every funding opportunity they could connect with at DOE.
That's good. I did talk to one of our big utilities here about it, and hopefully they will pursue it. But, wherever we could be more efficient makes sense to me, too, especially if they're giving grant money to help out.
Agree.
That's all. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just a briefly, a nice write-up in the Hartford Courant on Sunday.
I have not seen it.
Oh, you can't miss it.
I got to get a hold of it. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you, Eric. I really appreciate the time. This has gone on a lot longer than I thought because it's a lot of dense material. I'm terrified about the winter coming up and pricing and availability and anyway.
Let's continue the discussion after
Yeah,
today.
we're here and want to be part of the solution. Always interested in if you have any ideas. Obviously, we want to pass the best legislation that we can to manage all the things that are important to Connecticut.
Very good. Thank you for
Thank
the
you.
invitation.
So our two friends at the utilities are going to come up together. And we apologize for this having gone on for so long. I think we really wanted to focus on the supply markets and the supply costs and what are you guys looking at for the next, we're in a very volatile time. So whatever, floor is yours.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for having us. I'm Christy Prescott, Vice President of Regulatory for United Illuminating, and I'm joined by my colleague Katarina Miller from United Illuminating, as well as Justin Pilkowski from Eversource.
Director of Wholesale Power at Eversource.
Thank you. So we've heard a lot so far today, and we had the pleasure to hear some speakers before us. And, Senate Bill 4 had a lot of sections. There's been a lot going on, as Commissioner Dykes mentioned. There's a lot of programs in flight. We're involved in many of those, participating in a number of dockets that Pure has initiated as a result of Senate Bill 4. And we've talked a lot about the sections of the bill today, talking about delivery and supply and transmission and public benefits. I'll just note, again, as you look at those 4 elements of the bill, half of the bill is specifically the supply and the public benefits, completely a pass-through for the utilities, as I know you all know that. But I think it's important to emphasize that we are not in the business of, we don't make any money on these programs. We're administering the programs, or we supply the standard service option for customers as is required. But again, we're reflective of where the markets present, and we can talk about, the current procurement methodologies that both utilities operate under is under a PURA approved and overseen process with PURA and the Office of Consumer Counsel. And through the language in Senate Bill 4 last year, there was an investigation. PURA opened a docket, and the utilities worked together with DEEP and OCC and the procurement manager to make a recommendation for procurement modifications to take advantage of some opportunities for dynamic pricing. And so we can talk about that together with Eversource, since we
I'm interested to know if you guys have come up with any ideas with regard to that.
Sure.
I've always felt that more dynamic pricing could result in more risk. And I thought that the standard service was always a risk-off solution. People can buy in the market anytime they want. Here, I would love to find that somebody's thread the needle and did better pricing and still maintain the low-risk nature of standard service.
Yeah, and so I can have my colleagues talk a bit about that process and the options that have been presented, and I can weigh in there as well. But I did want to let you know that when we talk about the current state of procurement and supply for Connecticut customers, at least for UI, and I'll let Justin speak for Eversource, but the existing procurement strategies that we've been using, we are currently 100% procured and operating under a first half of 2026 price. We're 80% procured for the second half of 2026. And so when we think about that, of the massive changes in the market due to geopolitical issues that we've talked about, we're in some sense, hedged because of the standard service procurements of not being exposed in the market to these market conditions right now.
It's interesting that you bring that up, because that was one of the things I think in more dynamic pricing that was contemplated, was that at a time like this particular time of the year, you would normally see a dip in the price of natural gas because there's less demand on the system. You see it beginning to go up in July as you move towards the winter. So you would want to maybe buy more right now. And I think if we were doing that, if we hadn't followed the strategy that we've had, which has been consistent, which occasionally can bite you in the rear end, but typically has not, I think that we would be crying a very different river at this moment if we were 50% for the second half of the year. So
you may recall last year when we were talking about Senate Bill 4, and if you don't recall, I remember talking about this a bit with you, and someone said, can you guarantee that dynamic pricing will guarantee lower rates? And I think we said no. We can guarantee perhaps some level of stability at some cases, or less volatility, I think is maybe the better way to say it. But we never, relying on market in some cases, yes, you'll have reduction in market prices certainly, and in other cases you may not. So I just wanted to make those key points, and then obviously Justin has some things to say, but we're certainly here to answer any questions you may have about our processes.
thank you.
And likewise with UI, Eversource is 80% procured for the second half of this year, and then we're also 10% procured for the first half of next year. So again, partially insulated of whatever's going to happen over the coming months. One of the things that I just want to remind people of is when Senate Bill 4 passed last year, it required an update to the Connecticut procurement plan. That's the document that outlines everything that UI and Eversource does. So what happened was a procurement manager was established by PURA to go through a process to solicit feedback from stakeholders. And then there was a report that was filed back on February 15th with various recommendations. One of those recommendations was that the utilities, if PURA approves, would proceed forward in the future with procuring 20% of their supply in the spot market. So I think people, when they think of dynamic supply, they think of us going out and purchasing power forward like we do today, but we just buy strips of power. We don't buy a full requirement service package. There's various ways to go about doing it. You can either be completely unhedged in the spot market, you can buy forward strips, or it was mentioned earlier, you could utilize the PPAs. All of that, though, is just for the spot, energy component of the rate. So there's pros and cons to various means of dynamically purchasing, but Senator Nealon, you mentioned earlier that ultimately you are shifting risk to customers because it's not going back to the suppliers. One of the things that we looked at in updating the procurement plan, and I believe it was the Consumer Council brought this up, is there was a look-back analysis over the past decade, and we did determine that there would be modest price savings. I believe it was about 1/2 cent over the long run. But you are also, again, shifting that risk to customers to see for that portion of the rate more volatility, and we calculated that at about 1/2 cent. So if you take a long-term look, you're a little bit lower, but your rates are going to be fluctuating more because you're susceptible to the spot market.
And I would argue that volatility, for all of our points of view, is the killer. We don't want volatility, and I didn't know you had done the analysis that showed that it was a wash. But if it's a wash, then it's not worth doing it, in my opinion. That we didn't give you a shall, we give you a may, right?
Yes.
Thank you. That was the compromise there, was that you can, but you don't have to. I have different risk tolerances for different things, and I have always viewed standard service, as I said, as a risk-off strategy. I would prefer if we had had a once-a-year rate adjustment instead of, more supply stability price would probably cost more. Like if you had a 3-year rate lock or a rolling 3-year adjusted every year at some point, you would pay a small premium for that. But again, the whipsaw that people see in January and July, we all pay the price for electric rates going down in July, which nobody ever comments on, but going up in January, the supply rates. We all pay that price in terms of getting yelled at. And if we could eliminate that, it might be worth it, but I'm not sure what the cost would be to eliminate that. It doesn't help anybody. I mean, the logic obviously was always that you use more during the summer, therefore getting the advantage of the buying the way we do it and getting a lower summer rate when there's plentiful natural gas makes a lot of sense. But we know that the peak could be at least beginning to move in the direction of 2 peaks, then and reliability issues coming online, which are going to add cost. So maybe what we do is think about a once-a-year rate adjustment and buying out over a long period of time. I remember looking at that years ago because Vermont has like a 3-year rolling purchasing plan, and I think some of the municipals do also. We don't. And we probably get an overall better rate, but at the end of the day, they have a more stable rate.
Yeah, just on that, I believe it was the original 2012 plan was looking at various time lengths to procure. And what that determined, the analysis was, once you go out further than a year, you do start seeing significant price increases to those risk premiums that you receive from suppliers. So that was why we maintained just going out 1 year in advance with the 2 rate periods that we have today, first half and second half.
Yeah, I could assume that also, especially in this world right now. Look, I don't have anything else. You guys are great. We wanted to keep this limited to the topic at hand. I'm assuming that based on everything you've said to me, we're going to see a substantial reduction in the standard service supply rate in July, which I'm looking forward to. Maybe 7, 8, 9 cents per kilowatt hour lower. Do your best. Free would be better. Anyway, no, I'm grateful that we're on the plan that we are, and for all the second guessing that maybe we could buy better. in this circumstance, it probably made a world of difference for us. So thank you. And has anybody got any questions? Anybody online? I don't.
Just wanted to,
You do. Probably your last question in an energy forum. Representative Mashinsky.
Do we,
You better be good. We're all counting.
must you buy short-term? I live in a municipal utility, and we buy 5 years ahead. Must you buy short-term? Is that by law?
so right now, everything that we do is governed by the Connecticut procurement plan. So that is a full requirement service contract that we procure, and under the current regulations, for our 2 rate periods, we take what I like to call 4 bites of the apple. So if you're looking at the rate period that we're in right now, that started January 2026, we went out in January 2025, and we procured some of that power supply. We then went out the next quarter, the next quarter, and the next quarter. So yes, per regulations, we only go out 1 year at a time. And again, based on analyses that have been done in the past, if you go out further, the calculations have shown that you'd be taking on higher risk premiums from suppliers, so your costs would be higher for periods greater than 1 year.
And I would agree with what Mr. Bukowski just mentioned. I will say, just to highlight the fact that, again, that's a PURA administered docket, and PURA sets, approved the plan, and so we work the plan as required by PURA. One of the other things in a municipal jurisdiction is they don't have the same level of risk associated as we do. We have, because we have the retail supplier market, customers can come and go from standard service order retail supplier. That presents a number of risks for our wholesale suppliers. And so again, as you purchase further out, if you had customers leave our load, the suppliers don't want to be buying long-term and locked into a price. And so that's why Mr. Bukowski is mentioning a risk premium that they put into the price, because we can't guarantee the customer load. On a municipal basis, they have essentially a captive customer base.
And just to build on the risk premium, it might be good just to review what suppliers, what their costs are that go into the actual standard service rates. So when we receive bids, it's an all-in price, but as part of our solicitation process, the utilities, the OCC, and then PURA also try and figure out, well, what are the various components? And there's a few buckets that make up the rates. The first one is the energy component, so that's your commodity, that's your fuel cost, that's based on natural gas. That's the cost to serve load at any given moment when people increase or decrease their demand, and the supplier has to forecast in the future what that's going to be for their costs. The next component is the renewable portfolio standard. So all suppliers, for the portion of energy that they serve, a minimum amount has to come from renewable energy. And here in Connecticut, we have 3 different classes. What they do is they go out and they purchase what's called a renewable energy certificate. That's essentially an accounting mechanism to show that for that renewable energy that was generated, no one else can claim that energy. It goes to a certain person, and there's a cost for that. Then there's ISO New England charges that people mentioned earlier. Those are capacity, other reliability charges, and then the operating budget for ISO New England. And then finally, there's what Christy mentioned. There's the supplier risk premium. So that's the risk and the cost of managing supply as people come and go off of the standard service rate, as well as that commodity risk. And then finally, suppliers aren't going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on these contracts managing load without earning some sort of return. So when you break down those buckets, and I'm just going to speak to the current Connecticut CLMP rate, our rate is about 12.5 cents right now. The energy component makes up a little bit more than 60%. The RPS is almost 15% of that rate. The ISO New England charges are about 10%. And then the supplier risk premium, the profit, we're estimating at about another 15%. So the lion's share in the room is that energy cost component that was mentioned earlier that's highly driven by natural gas. There is the RPS component. It was mentioned earlier that there was tweaks to the RPS standard here in Connecticut, and that saved people money. That might be another lever that the legislature can use to try and add some savings for customers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And I'm very grateful that my phone goes into this like Ask Siri mode for no reason. Just the last thing, and then I'm going to let everybody go, because I know I've bored the hell out of everybody with this today. But I think it's been very informative. The municipals, can you, either one of you, kind of elaborate on the difference and why, the buying over a long period of time? Vermont does operate sort of, they have so many different groups that buy power. They operate almost as their own municipals. And they have different rules. But is it the fact, like with the municipals, that the load is so small that it doesn't, they don't move the needle on price? If the state became a municipal utility, let's just go out there on a limb, the amount of power, if we decided to become, Connecticut decided to become a power authority and took away standard service responsibility from you guys, we would not enjoy the same type of relationship with the market that the municipals do. That a fair thing to say? Depends who ran it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I have some good friends over in the municipal industries that are doing that work, and they're working hard, and they're doing a good job for their organizations. I will point out, though, that the municipalities, the municipal organizations, they're not subject to the renewable portfolio standard requirements, as Mr. Brokowski says. That's about 15% or so of our costs. In addition, as I mentioned, kind of a captive customer base.
But is the RPS in the standard service rate, or is it in the public benefit piece?
It's in the standard service rate.
Okay. So 15% of 13% is about under 2 cents per kilowatt hour, give or take. Is it a flat 15% roughly, or is it vary based on what the rate is? Is it a flat amount of money?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's an interesting question, and I'll allow my colleagues to jump in, but I'll say we do something called a proxy price, so we don't really know. We get one cost or a price to serve from the supplier, and we have to deconstruct that price, right? So we know that we require for standard service that within that price that they give us per kilowatt hour or per megawatt hour, that they give us a price in, that has to compose of, they have to comply with and provide energy, capacity, ancillary services, and renewable energy credits. And so those 4 elements, and then we know there's a profit or a risk premium that we put in. So we go out during every procurement and we run a proxy. We say, okay, how much do we see the futures for energy? What's the capacity price? Where do we see RECs? We do that. Office of Consumer Counsel does that, and Pura does that. And we all look at our proxies and compare them. So when we make a decision about purchasing, we look at, are these prices that we're getting reasonable or within our proxy ranges? And we make some determinations, and there have been times where we turn down prices because they are over our proxies, or they're significantly over, or there's sometimes a minor difference between a price that we take and a price that we don't, but if it's over proxy, sometimes the Pure procurement manager will make the determination.
So the third-party provider is subject to the same impact of the RPS?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So you're on a level playing field.
Yep, and
Okay.
the way that we estimate what the RPS cost impact is again, suppliers have to buy renewable energy certificates. That's a tradable market, so
Right.
you know what they're, generally speaking, what people may be paying, and then you know what the percentage that they have to buy. So it's really just, I need to buy X multiplied by Y price. You add that all up, and it's roughly right now in Connecticut about 1.5 cents.
Okay. So it's a fixed price. If the total price went down to 8 cents, it would still be 1.5 cents of that. So it could be a larger percentage. If supply costs went up, it'd be a smaller percentage.
Yep, and Commissioner Dykes mentioned earlier that if a whole lot of renewable supply comes on, those costs for those certificates can come down. So then that 1.5 cents may end up being 1 cent. Or if the legislature makes a change and says you don't have to buy 25%, you only need to buy 20% of your supply in renewable energy, that also will decrease those costs.
Okay, great. We did slow that down for yeah, we did. Okay. You guys have been great. I want to thank my colleagues for indulging me. I think what we found out is, one, that we did a lot of good stuff in Senate Bill 4. I think we're going to see the benefits of that over time. I think that was the point. I think maybe your perspective on this would be different, but on Take Back Our Grid and Senate Bill 7, I think we did a lot of good stuff also. The utilities might not necessarily agree with it, but we have been working on chipping away at this edifice of what I would largely consider a broken market design from the beginning, trying to fix it and tweak it and modify it. I think that in deregulating, we opened up some opportunities and we created a monster at the same point that makes it very, very hard to control our future and to decide what's right for us. And the non-vertical nature of this business right now causes all kinds of weird machinations that gyrate people. And I think that at the end of the day, the gyration of the public is the thing we want to manage. Unfortunately, we are still guided by most of our energy coming from a global commodity, and we deal with that gyration no matter who owns the supply. That even if the price went down, even if the cost of delivering it to us went down, if the global price of it is up, we're going to be paying more, unless we're committed to long-term price contracts. So, and no one seems to want to do that for electricity. So, thank you. I'm going to give my co-chair a last word.
I'm still trying to deal with the image of a gyrating public. In any case, thank you for your patience in waiting so long to be able to offer your insights. We very much appreciate it. I think at the end of the day, regardless of how broken our system is, it's the system we got. So we need everybody's collaboration to make sure we're looking out for ratepayers' interests in the long term. And we may be having a moment, but it seems like lately we have a lot of serial moments. So who knows what's next in store. It will require us to be flexible going forward. Thank you again for everybody's participation. This really ends the Energy and Technologies Committee's efforts for this session. We are adjourned.
Thank you very much.